You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's January the 12th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Education and News. Good morning, Rev Cindy, how you doing?
Good morning, Al. I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
Not doing too bad. I'm staying warm still, so it's that time of year.
It is. It is. Yeah.
We got more snow yesterday.
Oh, we got ice yesterday.
Did you?
Mm.
And we got a little bit of that as well earlier in the day, and then it just turned into snow. So more shoveling. Okay?
More shoveling. Yes.
Yeah.
Always shoveling this time of year.
That's right. Exactly. Anything new and exciting before we get into the news?
Well, I'm sure there's always something new and exciting, but I had my grandkids all weekend, so I was pretty low key.
Yeah. Actually, I think I saw a post saying something about you were literally worn right out.
Yeah, I'm knocked out by an 11-year-old and a 7-year-old. Boom.
Doesn't take much these days, eh? All right, before we get started, don't forget, hit the like button, subscribe button, and other than that, what do you say? Get started with the news story of the day. Here we go. What's up?
Yeah, coming to us from StratCan. Health Canada removes CBD NHP regulation proposal from forward regulatory plan.
Health Canada Forward Regulatory Plan for 2025-2027 no longer includes a proposal to regulate CBD products that would not require practitioner oversight. The agency, however, maintains that it continues to recognize the importance of this work. Now, Health Canada published its Forward Regulatory Plan in 2025-27 in December 2025, outlining planned regulatory actions, including specific initiatives such as updates for natural health products and ongoing reviews.
Well, the agency's previous FRPs for several years included a reference to a proposed approach to regulating health products containing CBD that would not require practitioner oversight. The latest version of the document no longer references this objective. The agency has been exploring the topic since 2018. Currently, Canadians can access CBD products through Canada's Cannabis for Medical Use program, which only allows online sales, or through non-medical recreational stores, where employees cannot discuss medical effects.
A media representative of Health Canada provided these comments in response to StratCan's question regarding the regulatory approach and the commitment to a pathway for authorizing Health Canada containing CBD. Quote says, while Health Canada's Forward Regulatory Plan 2025-2027 does not include a commitment to developing a proposed approach to the regulation of health products containing CBD that would not require the practitioner oversight, the department recognizes the importance of this work. Now, Health Canada. Go ahead.
Health Canada published a discussion paper for consultation between March and June of 2025, exploring a regulatory pathway for the authorization of health products containing CBD that could be accessed without a prescription for human and animal use. The feedback confirmed that developing a policy and regulatory pathway would require significant and dedicated scientific, policy, and regulatory work. In this context, Health Canada is prioritizing its initiatives under the Government of Canada's Red Tape Review, including a commitment to reducing red tape for natural health products and non-prescription drugs.
Canadians can still access prescription drugs containing CBD, as well as medical cannabis products with the authorization of their physician, as well as non-medical cannabis products that do not make health claims through a licensed cannabis store. So what I see this as? You got to look back a couple years ago, the review of the cannabis regulations, question 5.2. In that question, they asked, could cannabis stores replace the medical program for cannabis? And I'm thinking that they're thinking now, why should we go through and get these regulatory hurdles and scientific hurdles to have CBD available on store shelves when they can just go to the store and get it? Just go to the cannabis store and get it instead of going to the pharmacy to get it.
Yeah, but let me, and while I'm actually okay with that, although I think that, I should be able to walk in with my prescription and get a prescription price versus a recreational price. Because when I order from my licensed producer, I get medical prices. My prices are different than what you see in a legal store. Yeah. Which, I think that, because we don't have to pay a lot of the surcharges and taxes, that $1 per gram and whatever. But here in Nova Scotia, if they do that, you're telling me that for my medicine, I have to walk through alcohol.
Correct.
As a recovered alcoholic going for their medicine, I have to walk through my addiction every time, at least once a month, if not more. And that's just disgusting. So I'm one of the ones that's all for the medical program, and I think it's extremely important. Over the years, I'm one of the ones, and I'm sorry if I'm babbling now, but I'm one of the ones that, we all watched what happened with, R versus Smith, 0-1, a massive win. And the government hasn't followed through. That was about medical patients, and the government has looked after recreational sales. Well, we can't make a lot of money here, so we're going to go over here and do it this way instead, where we can make a crap ton of money. And we've watched them make money hand over fist.
Another thing about the CHPs as well would be the fact that would have to have Health Canada admit that there is medical benefits of cannabis, and right now Health Canada doesn't do that.
No. Yeah. So it's a big kerfuffle, but Owen Smith won this for us in the Supreme Court of Canada, and it's time that the Supreme Court of Canada enforced what Owen won. Which is easy access for patients.
Yeah, exactly. So, all righty, ready for the next one?
I am.
All right, here we go. What's up?
Coming to us from Marijuana Moment, U.S. House passes bill protecting state medical cannabis laws and rejecting attempt to block Trump's rescheduling move.
The U.S. House of Representatives has approved a spending bill that would continue protecting state medical cannabis programs from federal intervention, while excluding a provision that previously advanced to block the Justice Department from rescheduling cannabis. Following bicameral negotiations on the appropriations package, the House advanced it in a 397 to a 28 vote on Thursday, sending it to the Senate for consideration.
Advocates and industry stakeholders were encouraged to see the rescheduling language stripped from the final deal after it had been approved by the House Appropriations Committee last year, as well as the preservation of a long-standing rider preventing DOJ from using its funds to interfere in state medical cannabis laws. The legislation that's now advancing to the Senate covers fiscal year 2026 spending for commerce, justice, science, and related agencies, interior, environment, and energy and water development.
This move comes weeks after President Donald Trump issued an executive order directing Attorney General Pam Bondi to expeditiously complete the process of moving cannabis to Schedule 1 from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 of Controlled Substances Act. And it says, here's the language of the provision advanced by the House but excluded from the latest agreement.
Section 607. None of the funds appropriated or otherwise made available by this act may be used to reschedule cannabis, as such term is defined in Section 102 of the Controlled Substances Act, or to remove cannabis from these schedules established under Section 202 of the Controlled Substances Act. GOP senators have separately tried to block the administration from rescheduling cannabis as part of a standalone bill filed in 2023, but that proposal did not receive a hearing or vote.
Meanwhile, on Monday, the DEA said a cannabis rescheduling appeal process remains pending despite Trump's executive order. The House-passed appropriations package also contains a rider that's been annually renewed since 2014, barring the Justice Department from using its funds to interfere in the implementation of state medical cannabis laws.
However, for reasons that are unclear, the rider that lists each state that would be protected excludes Nebraska.
Yeah. What?
Interesting. Yeah. Section 531. Yeah. None of the funds made available under this act to the Department of Justice may be used with respect to any of the states of Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, etc., etc., etc. Like all of them are listed here. Going down, and Wyoming, with respect to the District of Columbia, the Commonwealth of Northern Mariana Islands, the Virginian Islands, Guam, Puerto Rico, to prevent any of them from implementing their own laws that authorize the use, distribution, possession, or cultivation of medical cannabis.
Missing from the latest version is an addition to that rider that the House previously included that would have authorized enhanced penalties for sales near schools and parks. That provision specifically stipulated that the Justice Department could still enforce a section of U.S. code that calls for increased penalties for distributing cannabis within 1,000 feet of an elementary school, a vocational school, college, playground, or public housing unit.
Okay. However, a joint explanatory statement, no pun intended, for the spending package also says Congress directs the department to appropriately enforce the Federal Drug-Free Zone Act to ensure that areas with young children, including schools and playgrounds, remain quote-unquote drug-free. That appears to be related to the report from the Senate committee that was released last year, stating that the medical cannabis protection rider does not explicitly preclude U.S. attorneys from enforcing a federal statute on selling or manufacturing controlled substances in areas with young children, including schools and playgrounds.
Now, it says that the bill also maintains protections for state industrial hemp research programs under the 2014 Farm Bill. It says Section 530, none of the funds made available by this act may be used in contravention of Section 7606 of the Agricultural Act of 2014 by the Department of Justice or the Drug Enforcement Administration. Advocates may welcome the exclusion of the rescheduling provision and inclusion of medical cannabis protections in the CJS bill, but many cannabis stakeholders have protested Trump's signing of a separate appropriations measure in November that includes provisions to ban most consumable hemp products.
However, when the president issued the cannabis rescheduling order last month, he also directed Congress to reevaluate that policy and ensure that people can continue to access full-spectrum CBD products. The federal agency will also be moving to cover such products for certain patients under Medicare and Medicaid.
There you go. Well, it's good to see that patients are still being protected within that language of that bill. Which has been ongoing for like 11 years now. So why don't they just go ahead and legalize it completely? And even though that he's done this, as we've read in other stories, even though he's done the executive order on, there's no guarantee that the final finding will, what the results will be. So.
No. And I mean, like, not that Canada's got it perfect, but we are a shining example of how much money the government can make if they utilize it recreationally.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. All righty. On to our next story. There we go.
Yeah. Coming to us from MJ Biz Daily. Big banks still refusing cannabis despite Trump's cannabis rescheduling. It's not done yet, though.
No. President Donald Trump's December 18th order to reclassify cannabis under federal law won't resolve the marijuana industry's longstanding banking problems anytime soon. Without formal reclassification as a Schedule III drug, it's still too early to reconsider our position, and we will not change our stance and start offering marijuana businesses banking services, a top executive at JP Morgan Chase and Co. said in a memo the New York Post reported on Friday.
Yeah. Trump's historic executive order directing Attorney General Pam Bondi to finalize a cannabis rescheduling process begun by former President Joe Biden in 2022, still pending. It's still not certain when cannabis could be formally downgraded to a Schedule III, a distinction that would free the $32 billion cannabis industry from the federal tax burden in Internal Revenue Code Section 280E.
Schedule 3 is a designation for drugs with accepted medical value. According to the Post, that's another consideration for big banks. Bankers are arguing that Trump's executive order did not specifically address adult use cannabis and instead focused on medical cannabis, the Post reported.
Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing, focusing on the medical side of cannabis. It just hit me as you were reading. If this happens, if they can get Schedule 1 to Schedule 3, giving it medical benefits, Health Canada is going to have to follow suit.
Well, that's the thing. We have this big program, but it doesn't recognize the medical end of it. So.
Yeah, but if the states gets on board with that, we're going to have to follow.
It'd be interesting to see if they change
it's going to be cool to watch, yeah. But according to one major investor, that attitude is annoying Trump. The industry is going to be banked whether they want to or not, because Trump wants it to be banked. Coming from Mark Codis, who is a former hedge fund manager, and he told this to the Post. Trump hates the fact that the U.S. Pot companies employing U.S. workers paying U.S. taxes can't get listed on any exchange, but Canadian companies can, he added, according to the Post.
Banks have long been leery of offering basic services to cannabis businesses for fear of running afoul of federal money laundering rules or other enforcement. Though no bank or credit union has been punished in this way so far, most observers agree that Congress would need to pass a bill such as the Safer Banking Act, specifically protecting banks that chose to do business with state legal cannabis operators.
Rumors that Trump's December 18th executive order would also include banking protections turned out to be unfounded. Cannabis banking bills have passed a Democratic Party-controlled House of Representatives several times. We've reported on them every single time, but never advanced past an initial hearing in the Senate. Safer banking has gone nowhere since the Republicans took control of Congress.
But yet that fellow says that Trump is upset because the banking won't include it. As the report says, and we have reported, the Democrats have passed it several times.
Yeah.
So why doesn't Trump go ahead and do something about it?
It would be nice, but like, I mean, and I hate to hear anything that makes me go, oh, well, that's a good move on that, on the head of the orange guy. But, like, I like a couple of things that have been said here. I like the fact that he's going to the medical side first.
Yeah,
Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 and the medical side first. I'm like, yeah. And then he wants the Safer Banking Act passed. And I agree with you. He should do more. But the fact that he's on the side of it is just like,
Yeah, and like the Republicans won't pass it. It's passed like 7 times. It's passed.
Yep.
To the Democrats. So while they're saying one thing, they can act, and they've refused to do it. Even when they're under the medical end of things, he still should do the banking.
Oh, at least for the medical side, absolutely.
Yeah. So why was it not even included in the executive order?
And Trump has done so many crazy things, and said, I'm going to go do this anyway, and then gone and done that anyway. Do this anyway.
Yeah.
Push it, force it. You say you're the president, and you're making all of these great decisions for the U.S. Well, do this one and help your people, right?
Yep, exactly. All righty.
You want support? Legalize cannabis, because then you'll get over half of the population supporting you.
Yeah, well, it worked in Canada. So. All right, last story before we go to break.
Yeah, coming to us from the Psy Post. I'm really curious about this story. Intranasal 5-MeO DMT. So they're talking about, going in the nose. Effects peak within 15 minutes and lack strong visual, study finds.
Interesting. A study examining subjective experiences about intranasal application of 5-MeO DMT found that its effects peak 8 to 15 minutes after application. Consciousness altering effects typically ended after 45 to 60 minutes, according to the research that has been published in scientific reports. Now, 5-MeO, I'm not going to read that. 5-MeO DMT is a naturally occurring psychedelic compound belonging to the tryptamine class. It is found in certain plants and in the venom of the Inculus. It's called the desert.
Incilius alvarius.
There we go. As well as produced synthetically.
Yeah. I only know this stuff because this is one of the medicines that I studied and worked with.
Right.
And I'll try to pronounce the whole name. 5-meloxy NN dithytryptamine.
Okay.
The mouthful. But I'm only going to do it once. Compared to DMT, or what we commonly call NN-DMT to show the difference, the effects of 5-MeO DMT are less visual but more immersive and abstract. Users report the experience as emotionally powerful. I missed a paragraph. Just a second. Let me go backwards. The substance is known for producing extremely intense and short-lasting altered states of consciousness. Its effects typically include profound changes in perception, a strong sense of ego dissolution, and altered awareness of time and self. Compared to NN-DMT, the effects of 5-MeO DMT are less visual, but more immersive and abstract. Users report the experience as emotionally powerful and sometimes overwhelming. Research interest in 5-MeO DMT has increased due to its potential, for its potential relevance for understanding consciousness. Yeah. I couldn't even say that word. That's crazy. And mental health. However, scientific evidence on its therapeutic effects and risks is still limited.
Study author Anna Ermakova and her colleagues wanted to understand the experience of individuals participating in a study that involved taking the 5-MeO DMT intranasally. Nasally, there we go. To examine its pharmacological effects, the study focused on the psychoactive effects of 5-MeO DMT. While the broader clinical trial enrolled 50 healthy volunteers, this specific study analyzed interviews with 40 participants aged 25 to 55 years. They had no prior experience of using psychedelics in their lifetime.
32 participants received doses of 5-MeO DMT ranging from 1 milligram to 12 milligrams. Each participant was assigned a single dose. 8 participants received a placebo, i.e., for example, had intranasal application of a substance that did not contain 5-MeO DMT and produced no effects. 5-MeO DMT used in the study was in the form of a dry powder for intranasal application. In the dosing session, a participant would take his or her assigned dose and for up to 90 minutes after that provided ratings of overall subjective, medicine intensity.
As soon as possible after the dosing session, the participants took part in a guided interview discussing their psychedelics experiences. Study authors used natural language processing software and machine learning techniques to interpret transcripts of participants' interviews responses. Results show that psychedelic effects of 5-MeO DMT started between 0 and 2 minutes after application. The effects peaked 8 to 15 minutes after intranasal application and gradually dissipated from 15 to 40 minutes. Some effects lingered for up to 90 in some participants. The peak was slightly longer with higher doses, and dissipation also lasted longer. Consciousness altering effects typically ended 45 to 60 minutes after the application.
While the effects lasted, participants reported alterations in sensory and emotional experiences, cognition, metacognition, arousal, and perceived relationship between self, other, and the environment. 5-MeO DMT has a distinctive profile of subjective effects, relative to published reports of other psychedelics, with a short duration of action, relative lack of visual effects, stronger emotional or bodily experience, and the potential to elicit therapeutically relevant content, such as emotional breakthroughs and personal insights, study authors concluded.
The study sheds light on the psychoactive effects of 5-MeO-DMT. However, it should be noted that the number one participants in the study was too small to draw definitive conclusions on the differences between 5-MeO doses. The paper mapping the phenomenology of intranasal 5-MeO-DMT in psychoactive native healthy adults was authored by Anna Amarkova, Fiona Dunbar, Matthew, and Raphael. There you go.
Fiona was one of my teachers.
Oh, really?
Oh, that's amazing.
Good stuff. You never expect to see that, did you?
No, I was expecting to see, a name that I knew, to be honest. The place where I studied in Mexico, they've done a number, like they've worked with a lot of U.S. Ivy League universities for studies, and so these universities have traveled down to Tepoztlan and done some studies down there. So they're mapping what goes on in the brain while on 5-MeO, and I was actually expecting to see them at the end of it. But yeah, Fiona is amazing.
Good.
Yeah.
This is
Very
somebody
smart.
I need teaching. Good stuff.
Yeah.
All right. You know what it is? It's time for us to take a break. Off we go. We'll be right back after we have our session. Got the vape pen right there. I'm sure Rev Cindy's got her doobie going. Oh, she's got her cartridge. All right. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Education and News. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. And you're live with Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We got 4 more stories to cover. And the first one is a bit of a I would say. I don't think that too many people were thinking about anything along this line. So why don't we bring it up and get started? Here we go.
Yeah, coming to us from Cannabis Business Times. The 2020 cannabis worker death kept from the public and the industry.
Oh. Sometimes it takes a tragic accident to invoke change. But when a man in his 20s who worked in it as an inventory specialist at a California cannabis processing facility collapsed on the job and died from work-related asthma in 2020, there were no news headlines. There was no viral posts on social media. There was no federal health agency reports to alert the rest of the U.S. cannabis industry. Details about the worker's death did not become public until a 4-state study was published in 2025.
I remember we reported on that study. In California, employers are required to report work-related fatalities immediately to the state's Division of Occupational Safety and Health, better known as Cal OSHA. Meanwhile, the California Department of Public Health monitors workplace health and safety risks, maintaining information on cases like work-related asthma. While the 2020 California worker's death represents the first known fatality related to new onset asthma in the U.S. cannabis industry, federal public health officials were never notified.
In 2022, it happened again, this time in Massachusetts. The 27-year-old True Love worker Lorna McMurray, and under similar circumstances, both descendants worked around dried cannabis and did not have asthma before they started working in the industry, according to the public health officials from each state. I remember when that happened, and I went, whoa, hang on here, right? Yeah. Now, when McMurray died from cannabis-related occupational asthma health in January 2022 in Massachusetts, it was incorrectly reported as the first work-related asthma death in the U.S. cannabis industry, both by media outlets and national health experts.
In 2022, the first death attributed to occupational asthma in the U.S. cannabis production worker occurred in Massachusetts. This is coming from the Centers of Disease and Control Prevention, inaccurately concluded in November of 2023 report detailing McMurray's death. McMurray collapsed while filling pre-rolls with ground up cannabis dust in Two Leaves, now closed Massachusetts processing facility, suffering a life-threatening asthma attack that led to a cardiopulmonary arrest before EMS arrived, according to the CDC. She never regained consciousness and died in the hospital 3 days later, according to the CDC. She worked for True Leaf for roughly 7 months.
Wow. The CDC report says this case illustrates missed opportunities for prevention, including control of workplace exposures, medical surveillance, and treatment. Occupational allergic diseases, including asthma, are an emerging concern in the rapidly expanding U.S. cannabis industry. Now, despite the missed opportunities, it's often more difficult to prevent something that's presumably never happened before.
Oh,
but
it had happened before. Yeah. Cannabis Business Times recently learned that the California workers' death predated McMurray's by 2 years, according to 2 spokespersons with the CDPH. The California Department of Public Health cannot provide other details about the fatality except that it occurred in 2020. This is coming from Grant Boykin. The company has since changed its processes, he said, referring to the employer where the fatality occurred.
The year 2020 is a meaningful detail that hasn't been reported until now. Even CDPH researchers involved in the 4-state study published in 2025, which shed light on the 2020 facility, appeared unaware that the California's worker's death predated the Massachusetts worker's death. They referred to California's worker's death as the second fatality. The fatal case from California presented here is the second documented WRA fatality among U.S. cannabis workers known to the authors at the time of this writing, the researchers wrote in the 2025 report. Despite the California case representing the first known work-related asthma fatality.
Matt Cohen's, also with the CDPH communications team, denied CBT's public records request seeking the decedent's name, exact age, and place of work. Cohen said that the patient's right of confidentiality exempts the CDPH from disclosing information about the cannabis worker's death. The CDPH did not provide further explanation for not disclosing the place of work for the incident. Cohen's confirmed that the CDPH was investigating the death in 2024, 4 years after the incident, and has since closed the investigation.
CDPH is not investigating this workplace, Cohen says. During the 2024 visit to observe the work practices of the facility where the asthma death occurred, we concluded that the exposures likely experienced by the descendant were no longer happening at the workplace. But following the worker's death, the company discontinued its grinding and packaging operation according to the 4-state report published in 2025. Instead, dried products now arrive in sealed bags and are shipped to other companies to manufacture the products.
CBD made a public records request with OSHA in October and followed up with the state's Department of Industrial Relations in November. While DIR provided a tracking number for the request, the agency failed to meet a 10-day statutory deadline under Government Code 7922.535 to notify CBD about its determination of whether it had the requested records and if those records would be disclosed. In December, pardon me, the DIR informed CBT that OSHA did not find any responsive records related to the request. CBT questioned if that meant that the cannabis company where the other worker died never reported the work-related death to Cal OSHA as required by state law, and asked, will Cal OSHA be investigating this apparent violation of state law?
The DIR never responded. Also in December, CBD asked the California Department of Cannabis Control if it was aware of the 2020 worker's death or of the CDPH's 2024 investigation into the workplace. The DCC was established in July of 2021. No one recalls us taking any action against a licensee for a worker's death, according to spokesperson Jordan Traverso.
Nicole Niermeyer, an associate government program analyst with the DCC's Legal Affairs Division, told CBT in early December that the DCC identified potential responsive records and the DCC is preparing them for disclosure. On January 2nd, Niermeyer told CBT that after review, the DCC actually determined it does not process or maintain the records you have requested.
In other words, 3 California agencies, CDPH, Cal OSHA, and the DCC, have no records to provide the public on the 2020 worker's death, yet details were revealed in a 4-state study co-authored by the CDPH officials. Interesting. The publication's push to provide transparency to U.S. cannabis businesses and their workers comes after the 4-state study on work-related asthma in the cannabis industry was published in June of 2025 in the Journal of Occupational and Environmental Medicine. The study included findings from California, Massachusetts, Michigan, and Washington. The study's details the California's workers' death from 2020.
The man who pardon me, who was a father to an infant when he passed away, grew up around cannabis, but he never had a breathing problem before working for the company, according to the study. He had recently been promoted to inventory specialist, a job that included opening and stirring large containers of dried flower to burp and aerate the product before packaging. About 100 feet away in the same warehouse, the dried cannabis was later ground up and packaged into pre-rolls. He had also spent time working in the packaging department before his promotion. He was also solely responsible for destroying product batches that had failed testing for mold, pesticides, and other harmful contaminants, according to the study. That's why.
Oh, yeah. After a few months of working at the company, the man developed a new onset asthma, including shortness of breath and wheezing, according to the study. He self-medicated with his mother's Alberto inhaler. After a year and a half of working there, he took paternity leave for 6 weeks, and his symptoms marked abated. When he returned to work, his symptoms returned. 2 months later, he collapsed at work with an asthma attack and died, according to the study. He was scheduled to see his mother's asthma physician the next
Uh,
week.
Well, this happened in 2020. These details were not made publicly available until the 2025 published study. That's terrible. Which was co-authored by public health officials in each of the 4 states and funded by the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, which is part of the CDC. CBT reached out to multiple co-authors from California. They either referred this publication to the CDPH communications offices or did not respond.
Yeah. Oh, this is a really long
It is.
article I see here. I think
It
we've
is.
got the gist of what's going on here.
Mhm.
That this person, these people have died from asthma from working in the cannabis industry. As I
Mhm.
mentioned earlier, I had heard about the lady passing, but I hadn't heard about the others. So, online, when I hear or read people comment about the fact, well, no one's ever died from cannabis before. We have to rephrase that to say no one has ever died from smoking cannabis before.
And I'm not sure that it was the cannabis. Like, I mean, like when they talk about these things, these people were they were working around pesticides. They had to destroy molds. They, so it's more than just the, and I'm sure the stickiness from cannabis in their lungs didn't help. But there's also chemicals getting in there that are sticking around with that.
Oh yeah. Like they mentioned they were destroying bad product.
Bad product.
What kind of ventilation is in the facility? What kind of air respirators weren't they wearing? That they should have been wearing.
Yeah, so there's a lot of questions that pop up around that because, I mean, people that work with chemicals that clean cars and whatnot, like they're all given these humongous aerators to help keep their lungs healthy. And, I feel that that's, especially working with the product that wasn't good, like that had developed mold or didn't flush its pesticides. If you're getting somebody to destroy that normally by burning, they should have one of those things too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I can understand the dust. There'd be a lot of dust being created in the air. A lot of dust. So, yeah. All righty. Going from that on to the next report. Here we go.
Coming to us from Ganjapreneur. 8% of Americans resolve to quit or reduce cannabis consumption in 2026.
A new study suggests that 8% of Americans resolved in the new year to quit or reduce the cannabis consumption. The survey conducted by Census Wide on behalf of nicotine pouch retailer Northerner found more than half of the respondents who said they wanted to change their cannabis habits believe it will improve their independence and flexibility. Another 47% believe changing their cannabis habits would make them feel more accomplished, and 40% thinking it would help them lead a more active lifestyle and improve their mental and emotional well-being.
Just 5% of 45 to 54-year-olds polled wanted to quit or reduce their cannabis consumption compared to 13% of 21 to 24-year-olds and 12% of 24 to 34-year-olds. Double the number of men wanted to quit or reduce their cannabis consumption compared to women. About 10% of respondents said they wanted to quit or reduce their alcohol consumption, and about 12% said they wanted to quit or reduce their tobacco use. And the survey included 1,000 United States of America adults who were asked about their New Year's resolutions.
There you go.
Interesting.
People are going to consume, some people anyways, consume less cannabis. And I've seen that here in Canada where some people,
in different ways. I know a lot of people that have gone from strictly smoking to strictly edibles or tinctures or oils.
Yeah. Exactly. And there's one out there who's well known. I'm not going to mention the name just because of the privacy end of things, that has posted that they have quit consuming cannabis while their child still consumes it for medical purposes, and that they've gained weight as well. So, and feeling better. So, that's some people find that.
Yep.
That's the goal, right? So,
Yep.
All right, on to the next story. Here we go.
Coming to us from cannabis.net. Microdosing versus macrodosing psychedelics, of course. What's the difference?
Yeah, what is the difference? Microdosing versus macrodosing psychedelics. Which situations calls for microdosing or macrodosing? Over the past few years, psychedelics have become part of mainstream consciousness.
But instead of psychedelics being used as recreational drugs, there's now a more serious appreciation for them as they are used for creativity, mental health, and personal growth. That said, there's also lots of room for using psychedelic medicines recreationally too, most especially with the decrease in alcohol consumption. As we see a shift in public attitudes and research on psychedelics, we are also noticing two different approaches to consuming them, microdosing and macrodosing. Both involve the same kinds of substances, but they represent two vastly different approaches to altered states of consciousness. They can also be applied to various psychedelics, including magic mushrooms, LSD, and peyote, just to name a few.
Macrodosing has gained popularity as a primary approach to taking psychedelics. It refers to taking tiny minute amounts of the medicine in doses so low that you don't actually induce hallucinations or cause major altered state of consciousness. The doses are often so low that the effects aren't obvious, but that would be the whole point. And individuals can still stay productive. On the other hand, macrodosing allows individuals to fully embrace the psychedelic experience, where microdosing means you stay below the threshold of altered states of consciousness. Macrodosing encourages you to cross it. Intentionally high doses are taken for emotional well-being, spiritual practices, psychological transformation, and to improve the overall perception of self.
There is a growing curiosity about both these approaches, which changes the conversation on how we think about self-exploration and mental health. Some people are looking for gentle hits, while others look for long-term breakthroughs. So in which scenario should you choose microdosing or macrodosing? You know, microdosing psychedelics involves taking around 5 to 10% of a full recreational dose.
It won't produce hallucinations or a trip, but instead induce a subtle effect that can help improve one's mood, emotional state, and cognitive ability. And over time, because microdosing is so subtle, it can be used frequently and easily integrated to everyday life since it enables you to stay functional. In fact, it's not uncommon for individuals to microdose regularly, such as every 3 days, giving the body ample time to reset. The benefits of microdosing include
Improved mood, mental clarity, emotional balance or steadiness, sense of presence, better problem solving. Absolutely. Microdosing is subtle for these kinds of situations. Seeking to manage mild stress, depression, or anxiety, gentle emotional or mental support instead of breakthrough experiences. There is general curiosity about psychedelics, but one isn't ready to commit to a full-blown psychedelic experience. It can help enhance creativity and productivity, and it can help to support instead of disruption in one's lifestyle.
In addition, it's just as important to think about microdosing is not ideal. Microdosing isn't recommended if you already have a history of psychosis or if you are looking for dramatic results. It's not intended to be done every single day without going on a break, since this reduces its overall effectiveness. Remember that microdosing psychedelics allows you to be functional and work with reality instead of escaping it completely. Psychedelics are meant to be used intentionally and can expect to have good results if you use them intentionally instead of treating it as a shortcut to a breakthrough.
Macrodosing psychedelics means taking the full psychoactive dose for substances such as ayahuasca, psilocybin, or LSD. The doses for macrodose are high enough to result in a significant alteration in consciousness, perception, and sense of self. In addition, these trips usually last for several hours, whereas microdosing can be integrated into daily life, Macrodosing is a commitment to the full experience and cannot be done several times a week. When one is about to undergo a macrodose, it must be approached thoughtfully and intentionally with a carefully curated environment, also known as set and setting.
A macrodose can heighten one's emotions, induce vivid sensory changes. A good healing session can even result in ego dissolution, shifts in identity, feeling interconnected and spiritually significant. The entire experience may not always be blissful. In fact, it may be challenging, such as in the case of ayahuasca, which is associated with vomiting and crying. This is why it's usually conducted in a ceremony or clinical context, under the guidance of an experienced professional or shaman. Afterwards, it can result in feeling profound. One must be careful with macrodosing since bad trips are possible. This can happen when macrodoses are conducted in unsafe settings or when inexperienced individuals take a high dose while processing unresolved emotional issues.
Mhm. Macrodosing can be recommended when one is seeking deep emotional and mental healing. You feel stuck despite trying various conventional therapies, including counseling, medication, and various types of personal developmental work. You'd like to process deep-seated grief or address difficult patterns. One is prepared to work through reflection and integration after applying insights. Macrodosing is not recommended for individuals who have serious mood disorders or are going through unstable emotional states. The experience must not be treated casually or conducted without proper preparation.
For the conclusion, they say both microdosing and macrodosing have their own benefits and can be applied to a variety of different situations with various substances. Regardless of the differences, they are both extremely powerful ways of medicating with psychedelics. Together, they demonstrate just how versatile psychedelics are. They can be valuable tools when used correctly and responsibly, serving a complementary purpose for individuals seeking growth, mental health support, and the personal development.
Hmm.
There you go. Good explanations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good article.
Yeah. A lot of people wouldn't know, because obviously psychedelics isn't out there as much as cannabis is, or even people who don't even use cannabis, they may not understand that. So it was good to have that explanation.
Mm-hmm.
All righty, last story of the day is ready, and here it goes.
Here we go. Coming to us from International Cannabis Business Conference, evaluating Malta's progress 4 years after cannabis legalization.
Malta made history in December of 2021 when it became the first European nation to adopt a national adult use cannabis legalization measure. The only countries globally that adopted a national recreational legalization measure before Malta were Uruguay in 2013 and Canada in 2018. Now that Malta has passed the 4th anniversary of adopting its national legalization measure, cannabis advocates in the European country and elsewhere are reflecting on what is working in Malta and what needs improving.
The country's adult use cannabis legalization model involves permitting people 18 years old and older to cultivate up to 4 plants in their private residence and possess up to 50 grams of cannabis for personal use. Unfortunately, national recreational cannabis sales are not permitted in Malta due to current European Union agreements that prohibit national adult use commerce. However, adults in Malta can join one of the nation's 22 licensed cultivation associations and source cannabis legally.
Arguably, the biggest measure of success of Malta's modernized cannabis policies permits to a reduction in consumers and patients being prosecuted for personal cannabis activity. Malta has experienced an over 80% reduction in cannabis court cases related to the simple cannabis possession since legalization, according to the recent report by the Times of Malta.
Yes. Still, as the author of the cited article, Andrew Bonello, touches on in his thoughtful piece for the Times of Malta, there are still examples of individuals being wrongly persecuted and subjected to enforcement for activity that logically should be permitted. How can cannabis consumers in Malta ever feel safe to live under a decriminalized regime if in reality the law continues to expose us all to so many what ifs and buts? The legal amendments introduced in 2025 by Rebecca Buttigieg, with the blessing of the authority of the responsible use of cannabis, seems to have completely departed from the harm reduction promises and discussions held with the same government in previous years.
Now, in this article, he describes being told by at least one official years ago that the cultivation and possession limits would increase over time and that ongoing enforcement practices against individuals are a threat to human rights. A major point of contention last year in Malta was the adoption of a new measure that allows authorities to levy a 235 euro fine in cases of excessive cannabis odor. What? A small-based cannabis prohibition policy is ripe for selective enforcement and is non-essential for many measures.
4 years after legalization was adopted in Malta, the results of the public policy change are mixed, which is true in every other jurisdiction that has adopted an adult use cannabis legalization measure. What is in place in Malta now is certainly better than the outright prohibition of all cannabis activity. However, as long as consumers have laws selectively enforced against them and a robust commerce system remains prohibited, the success of legalization in Malta will continue to be limited. More work needs to be done in Malta and in the EU level, and advocates need to keep fighting. And that's what we're doing.
That's right. Keep fighting. That's all you can do is keep speaking up. And let your government officials know that, hey, this doesn't work.
Yeah.
Now it did say that they were allowed 4 plants now for each person, but it said person. It didn't say per residence.
Yeah, they can have 4 plants. They can only have 50 grams. So what do you do with the other 600 grams that are coming off your plants?
Well, yeah, exactly. That's another problem. and is that possession in public, or is that including storage?
Yeah,
Because that 50 grams and you got 4 plants. Like, you can have a bad garden and still be over limits. Like
way over the limit. Yeah.
exactly. So, all righty. Other than that, we're done for the day. You got anything you want to say before we sign off?
Yeah, I just wanted to share that this coming Thursday at the Halifax Regional Library in the BMO room at, I think it starts at 6:30 p.m., Michael Garrison is standing up to speak about psychedelics and palliative care in Canada. Michael is a friend of mine. He is a registered nurse, and he works in palliative care, and he recently finished education with Vital, which is, a psychedelic facilitator training program. And he's excited to pursue how psychedelics and palliative care can work together. And he's getting up on Thursday and speaking about it. I'm super excited. I'm emceeing the event. It will be online. So I'd love to see you all there, virtually or in person.
Yeah, sounds good. For sure.
Yeah.
And, you just never know. I'll talk to you after the show. We'll see about getting that out to everybody. Help getting it out to everybody. So, all right. Other than that, we're done for today. That's your report. Thanks to our buds at the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, as well as at ease.ca. In closing, we'd like to say thank you for watching. And as always, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. YourWatch.ca.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
During this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media, Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Cannabis and Coffee with me, to Marijuana. Well, it's kind of a great day out there today, but we're trying to stay positive and on the positive because there's so much negative going on in this world right now. So we're just going to keep on trucking and keep on keeping. There's a few things that are coming up. We have Grow Up that's happening in Vancouver on the 19th of this month. There are other events that, we don't really hear about so much because we're not involved in the legal market. And a lot of them, they just don't let us know about. We also have patients that have been left behind in the gaps that have been fading in between recreational and medical. And last week I mentioned on my show that I think that this new Pharmacare Act that Canada is putting together for pharmaceuticals should cover cannabis for patients as well. Now, I have brought Cheryl and Haley on my show prior to this. This is probably the fourth or fifth time I've had them on the show in the last little bit, but this will be the first show of 2026 that I have them on, and they're actually my first guests for 2026 this year. And there's been a lot of great updates. Haley, I'll just bring them on and let you see for yourself. So without further ado, Cheryl and Haley Rose. Good morning, folks.
Good morning. Hi, good morning. How are you? Yeah.
Lighten it up, because honestly, I'm faking it till I make it today. I'm having a hard time getting around. It's just, walking on Lego, right? So, yeah. But hey, let's fake it till we make it, because that's what we do as patients, right? As people that use cannabis for medicine, or people that suffer from anything and don't use cannabis for medicine. Most of us with disabilities or have any afflictions that are, chronic illness, it affects our lives on a daily basis, and we fake it till we make it, because society has given us no options. We can't live in dignity. We can't even have a living wage to live on, never mind living in a place that's nice. We're supposed to live in poverty with no dignity, right?
Yep. I agree.
So that being said, Mrs. I went back to university and I've got a research thing going on, which I'm so proud of you. Because being a single mom that struggled for so many years with Haley being disabled and having other kids and your own disabilities, life is tough, right? And you are one of the most inspirational people I know that just never ever gave up. Right from the get-go, from the first time I met you in 2012 when we met in Ottawa, bringing Haley out to, fight for the fact that they had taken 10 weeks to give her license.
Yes.
Right. We were fighting for that. We were kind of snickering about that yesterday too, or the day before, because they still wait 10 weeks right up until the day before you're supposed to get your license to give you your fucking license. It's almost like a prerequisite. Like same with CPP. Well, we got 3 months. We're going to make them sweat it for 3 months. And I don't understand that. Like, I don't understand the bureaucracy of that. Like, if it comes in there, why can't it be just first come, first serve, get it signed, get it stamped, get it back in the mail? So that you take and alleviate that fucking stress off the people that are already dealing with enough stress in their lives, trying to pay their bills and get their medicine. Because let's face it, this ain't covered by any insurance. It ain't covered by no PWD.
That's a major issue. Major issue.
Right?
Absolutely.
The only people that are able to get this covered by their benefits is veterans.
And there's limits, isn't there?
They were given a limit per gram per market value. Now they're crying. I wouldn't say crying. I shouldn't word it that way. Now they're upset because the market value of cannabis has gone down to $6.50 a gram, and they were getting $8.50 a gram, and now they're being cut back to $6.50 a gram because cannabis's market price has gone down. So they feel like they're being targeted because they're veterans to have their cannabis being taken down, but in reality, it's just the market, and the market has gone down. And I believe that they shouldn't have, to do that, but that's the way the government works. They always do kiosks for cost efficiency, right? Because Canadian taxpayers are paying for it. So Canadians demand transparency, no matter how you look at it, right? And it's unfortunate, but right now the market price for cannabis has gone down to $6.50. So they're only willing to cover that. And I believe it's a reimbursement too. I'm not sure that they pay for it up front. I'm not sure. I've been trying to get one of my veteran friends on and talk to me about it, but he's not really sure about how he should. He's got PTSD too, so he does okay when like doing videos like where he's talking, but I'm not sure he does so great in interviews. So we've just I've left it in his court because you can ask people as guests to come on, but it's their choice whether they want to.
Yeah, of course.
Let's get to you. So now that we see that Haley's got her hair cut.
Yes, she did. Yeah.
From the last time, and you guys had a good New Year's and everything's rolling in. So let's get to what you can and can't talk about. So you were trying to, I know you were trying to be a speaker at Grow Up, and that you missed the deadline cut off for that. So you're not going to be able to speak at Grow Up, but you're going to be.
No, but I am going, and Haley will be making an appearance. I will be there all 3 days, and Haley will be making an appearance.
Right. And you have
which day.
Right, and you have other contacts and connections that will be speaking, so maybe they can possibly help you get part of their time, would be my suggestion to any one of them. John.
Yeah.
Anyways.
I'm already scheduling meetings, so.
That's excellent, and that's exactly what you needed to do. Like we've talked about this behind the scenes, and networking and doing the right connections, and that's my best thing. Like, I don't want to be in front. I'm the one that connects the dots and facilitates, and people kind of like use my back to walk over top to get to the next point in that rep review. Seriously. But again, that's my job. My job is to connect the dots for people to be able to connect to each other, whether, without being in the way. I don't like being the middleman. So it's like, here's so-and-so, here and so-and-so, bye, I'm out. And that connection then connects, and it then grows, right?
Yeah.
So are you gonna spill the tea?
Okay.
What's going on?
So since September 20th, 2022, when I had gotten a hold of Dr. William Courtney, he's been working with my daughter, with Haley's team, and for raw cannabis juice. We also knew right from the very beginning. What?
You want to show them what kind?
Oh, yeah, this is her blister packs. Like, we're talking you know.
But those have
There's a
gotten
lot of pills
smaller.
in there, right?
I know, but they've also gotten smaller, right? Hey,
Yeah.
like you're not taking
I'm
nearly the
taking-
medications you were.
No,
No.
I came off a few of them, but one of them I'm still having trouble with coming off.
Here's another thing for people that have maybe never met Haley before,
Sorry.
or just first time viewing Cheryl and Haley. 10 years ago, Haley couldn't have answered that question for herself. 5
Yeah.
years ago, Haley couldn't have answered that question for herself. Because of cannabis juice and a keto diet and microgreens, Haley is a totally different person.
Do you want to tell them what's recently happened? What you got to do?
What I got to do on what day was it on Christmas?
It was before Christmas.
Okay,
It was
before Christmas. I think it was somewhere before Christmas, and there was a Christmas parade. You know, ones that have flashy lights and come down. Well, you know how I have to wear glasses for flashy lights, right? Apparently, I didn't need the glasses. I saw it with my own 2 eyes without them, and that's the first time
And
ever
fireworks.
doing it.
And then you've been able to see fireworks.
Well, hey, other than the fire, so this is the first parade she's attended since she was about 11.
But she's also gone to a club where there was strobing lights where she couldn't go before either.
Oh yeah,
right?
oh yeah, and it's just continuing these wonderful milestones for her. So she,
especially some of the lights there were super, super fast, really fast, and that didn't even bother me, and I didn't even need my glasses for that either.
She's reading faster, going through her books much quicker. We're seeing overall what is key also is her body stability. So since 2024, she came off Creon, which is a pancreatic enzyme, and then which was for malabsorption, because she no longer has malabsorption. She'd been on that drug since 2018 or 2019 and had started the diet in 2018. And she had gotten down to 87 pounds, and now she is like 120, 122.
122 pounds the other day, she said. It was 122.
121 to 120.
Oh my God, I just love this. It makes me cry because you know what, Haley? For you to interrupt your mom and say, no, that's not, we never expected it.
What?
We never expected any of this. This makes me cry because I'm so happy that you can argue with us. Like we never expected you to do that. We just didn't. It makes me so happy to see this. Like it just, yeah. Sorry, I'm not bawling because I'm sad. I'm bawling because I can have a conversation with you and you argue with me, and I love that.
And then in 2025, in around April, she came off oxazepam, which is a benzo. So they started taking her off that. Now she's only at half of the amount of raw cannabis she actually requires, because we still don't have the microgreen prescription in order to get them in. And the only alternative to increase it would be to put her on an all fluid diet, which is about at maximum a liter of smoothies throughout the day, and then water.
Yeah,
and that's
she can't maintain just on.
She has the ability to consume food and things. Why would we take?
Why would we take food away
of,
from her? Like it's not like she's got a colostomy bag and it's her intestinal issues that are causing this. It's got nothing to do with that. She can eat, like, it's not a gluten thing. It's not a celiac thing. It's got nothing to do with her digestion.
Well, okay, so the Creon was so that she could absorb it. That right.
I understand.
Typical with the diet, though, is that you can have severe constipation and even impaction, which can be quite dangerous, right? So now her body's more similar to what it should typically look like. So in the last 2 years and 9 months, right, we're coming up to 3 years here on it, on the half dosage of raw cannabis. The first year was 1 dose. The second year has been 2 doses or 2 servings of raw cannabis. And she's had microgreens within it, but they are very small amount because she does not yet have her Section 140 Part 1. Now, she's doing great. We're seeing continued stabilization with the glucose.
They did contact you.
Oh, yes, they
earlier,
contacted me back
and
today.
It said that I think they're still thinking it because it's not a yes and it's not a no yet because they can't decide which one yet.
They're making
because they can't wrap
more.
They can't wrap around they can't wrap around their head the size of the prescription that's needed, and they're not wrapping their
what
head
it
around
actually
the fact that
means
they're
and
not
what
gonna be growing
it looks like. It doesn't.
Well, that's the
compute
thing.
when
They're not wrapping their head around the fact that it's not going to be growing into full flower to begin with. You know, you're not going to have 10,000 fucking flowering fucking plants somewhere.
No, not even close. Like none of it is flowering.
I know this, and I mean, anybody who's even like that doesn't smoke this stuff should like critically be able to understand what you're asking for. They shouldn't have to have it written in a purple fucking crayon for them. You know what I mean? Like, do you have to draw them a picture? See, this is a table. This is like a little like micro tray of lettuce. This is what it looks like.
Mean everything I sent them?
This big, like it's this big, man. Like it's not like a fucking football field, dude. It's a tray that's this big, like literally. What the fuck is wrong with their brains? Like the pea, like it doesn't. Just flabbergasted.
I think the only reason why, if they can't see what we see, is because they're having trouble to believe of what we see and if they did see what we were seeing on all of this, they probably wouldn't do all
I'm
that
pretty sure
stuff.
we've got videos from 10 years ago that we could fucking show them. I'm pretty sure that we've got documentary where you're laying in a fucking bed in a fucking hotel room and your mother's fucking insulating you because you're having a seizure. I was there for that. We've got eyewitness testimony of people that can see the improvement in you, including your own doctors. Like, I don't know what kind of bureaucrats
signed off on it.
I know, like, and they're not going to believe the medical and the science. You're going to just sit there and go,
yeah, they're having. Apparently, they're going over my latest stuff that I sent them, and I sent them enough that they should be able to figure it out from there. It should.
I mean,
likely they won't. Likely they're going to have to do a whole fucking consultation on it.
Yeah, don't you think
I've offered to speak to whoever is needed in policy or any other medical.
But don't you think I'm right? Since they can't see what we're seeing, that's probably why they don't know.
Well,
what
God, don't let
and
Cheryl,
what we mean.
don't let her call them. Don't let them call. Don't let her call them because then they're going to say that she's come too far and she doesn't need it.
Oh, but that's not true. And I actually have documentation proof because
like maybe they should talk to her. Maybe they should talk to her. Maybe Haley should phone them up and go, "The fuck you doing with my medicine, man?"
I'd be glad to say that.
Let her phone them up and say, "This is Haley Rose. I need my medicine. Like, what are you doing?" Let her phone them.
So
I'm kidding.
As I said, we've got this great reduction. We can see these massive health differences and changes. So she started coming off the diazepam, and she's been on that one since 2008-9, like in around the time it was as a backup because of issues she was having with frontal lobe activity. Because when we started cannabis, it was suppressing so much seizures, but there was still activity because we hadn't known, what we were doing at that point, right? So what was my point?
You were trying to point out how we're about medicine that we are trying to come off it. Only one problem is it's like this big.
Well, that's not the problem.
No, it's this big of a medicine line off, like that big.
It's a small amount that she has left.
And I haven't been able to come off of it because I don't have enough micrograms and whatever that number was that my mom said.
So is it you can't
Oh,
you
yeah,
can't
all
cut the
of
dosage-
her. Yeah.
Because
Okay, so you can't cut the dosage back far enough for her to be able to wean down
yeah,
enough.
because we did try it before,
But there's
but
still
only one problem was it was apparently coming off the drugs, all those drugs too soon, so we had to put it
slow
back,
it down.
put it back, and told them to stop.
We
and
didn't
slow
put it
down.
back in, love.
No, they cut it down a little.
Oh, they decreased, but what happened was we started having troubles. Now the troubles come because the raw cannabis helps to stabilize her glucose. And when it's doing that, different than typical methods in stabilizing glucose, because her glucose will drop to 2.1. Okay, and like recently has done this.
And a couple of times it has dropped to 1.9.
And what's a normal level? Just for anybody who doesn't know what a normal blood level is for somebody that's doesn't get the highs and lows. What's a normal level for blood?
5, 6, 6.
Right. So if you go above 5, 6, you're having a high.
But if you hit 6, 8 in the morning after a fast, you're pre-diabetic.
Right,
So,
exactly.
But you also,
so that's what I mean. Like I'm trying to explain to people that don't know. Like you have high H1, was it H1-2 or whatever it is? You are diabetic, right? So
if you're
Haley's not, but Haley's not diabetic. That's what I'm trying to tell people. Haley's not diabetic. So they watch her blood and her blood levels. So normal blood level is 5.6. And that anybody who's diabetic has a higher blood level. Usually have to keep it lowered, but it fluctuates.
And also, if you're diabetic, it can drop right out as well.
Right. Because your pancreas,
So we're
you're
seeing
having
the effects
the body producing insulin. Now, is Haley doesn't have problems producing insulin. Another thing, right?
Well, okay, so she's not diabetic, but the medication for the malabsorption was a pancreatic enzyme.
Right.
And which is kind of interesting because of how the pancreas is affected with diabetes as well, right? So there's some interesting things to that, but she is not diabetic.
Right. I just want to make sure that was clear for anybody who's never seen this or doesn't know you guys, because she's not diabetic, but she still wears a blood monitoring.
Yes, she does. She wears the Libre 2 continuous blood monitor.
Right.
Got
and that's because
on it today.
That's right, because the keto diet too that she's on, it keeps her at a certain regulated blood glucose level, right?
And
so that she doesn't
seize.
Right, and that's to help her stay away from having seizures, right? And then taking her
as long as the ketones are in a certain range, she's got a beautiful EEG.
Right. But I just wanted to make sure that everybody that is watching understands that Haley's not diabetic. She's not wearing that Libra because diabetes is on top of the issue she already has. Right. That's just a way of monitoring and showing that the cannabis juice is actually helping monitor or helping
her body back out, the homeostasis.
When it hits 3.2, it lets my mom know before it goes into seizures.
Yeah, because too low. So here's the crazy thing about it. If it's too high, her ketones will be too low, right? And then she will have seizures. And seizures actually will temporarily raise your glucose levels. If it's too low, she can have a hypoglycemic seizure, which is not treated the same way as an epileptic seizure, right? Totally different ways of treatment because they're due to different causes. But it still will shoot that glucose up, even if it would happen because it was low. It'll make it jump, and the ketones will immediately start dropping.
But effectively,
Pardon?
But effectively, the cannabis juice is helping to.
Well, yeah, because she was having. So check this out. Without the continuous glucose monitoring, we had 75 events right in 1 month that required up to 2 liters of apple juice to correct. That was 3 months. 3 months before starting the cannabis juice. Okay. So once we put this Libre on her last year, we realized that she was probably having hundreds when we were clocking 75 because we only were doing the finger blood test. Okay. So she was probably having way more life-threatening events. We're not going back in time and trying to figure that out and redoing that. There's no way. That would be life threatening.
No.
However, what we now see is there's a stability happening with her where her ketone amount that would be classic range for seizure control, more classic range for, in her case, is now going right into the proper range, because she was on a very high ketone before, 5 to 6. Okay. Now we're seeing in the 4 range.
Not really.
At 3.5.
Sometimes there was a ketone that was 7 and
Yeah, but that's when it was too high. That was, we had to correct it.
And what about when it went HI?
Yeah, well, we'll get to that part, but I'm just letting them know the basics. You like this?
Quick question. Yeah, I love it. Quick question. Now, we know that puberty started kind of causing things to go all wacky
Yes.
too, right? Now, are you still monitoring the hormone levels? Do you think that that's
Monitoring the hormone levels. Also, in the day, her glucose is like 4, 5, roughly 5 range. It even went up to 6 this morning, but her ketones are a little bit low. But nighttime, it can drop. So there, as soon as she falls asleep, her glucose starts going low, and so we really watch every night. So she actually, her diet is so fine tuned to her. We're monitoring the patterns of changes that through hormones that affect the diet, which we see, and so we'll have to do an increase in the ratio, which means the nighttime rate. So typically in a day, 3 of the ratios are 1 because she's awake, and 1 is different for the bedtime. Right? So, and it's actually a much lower dosage. Like she is right now at 3.5 to 1 in the day, and nighttime is 2 to 1.
Right.
Because otherwise the glucose will bottom right out and we will have massive emergencies.
And like okay, so for anybody that doesn't understand what cannabis juicing is, this is juicing the plant itself.
Yes, by adding the juice.
But are you just doing the bud, or are you doing the leaf and the fan?
No, it's leaf.
No.
It's
There's no bud? There's no bud.
bud.
So just leaf.
Just leaf.
So what would happen if you did bud too? What would the effectiveness be?
I don't know. It's just
because that's what I mean. Like, so right now she's just juicing leaf with no actual THC spectrum, or is there THC spectrum?
No. There's cannabinoids.
I know, but again,
absolutely.
I'm just asking, like, because this is questions I get asked too. So if you're not juicing the bud and and it's not a dry bud and it's a fresh bud, it hasn't been dried, right? So it hasn't gone through the whole curing process.
Right off the plant. Rinse.
Right.
So
again, you're not going to high off this juice, right?
Yeah. No, you cannot get high off the juice.
Right.
The juice
so that's what I'm trying to explain to you. They're trying to say,
well,
if it's got cannabinoids in it, how come I'm not going to get high? Because it's not meant for you to get high.
It's acidic. It's cold. It's fresh.
You keep it in the freezer.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's the thing. People aren't understanding, and I don't think the government understands until you.
There's no high. There's no high. It's
there's no high.
Fresh, cold. No. When
you have to
activate it, you don't blast the daylights out of it. You do not want it getting hot. The minute it starts to heat up, it's going to have those acids break off, and then you could have your high to it. And when we look at how much it is, I mean, she's drinking a shot, basically, 30 grams is the average dosage of her leaf.
It's like drinking
drink that is.
Yeah.
So it's like a wheat grass shot, the same size. But
it's very bitter. So
when we drink it, it's
I know that. But I mean, like, people think of an ounce of pot being like this, right? This is dry flour.
No, it's a shot glass of juice.
Yeah, right? But exactly. An ounce of alcohol is the same as an ounce of cannabis juice, right? Same thing, same shot glass, same thing, right?
Yeah.
Only you're not going to get high. You're not going to get drunk off that cannabis shot, but you might get drunk off 30 alcohol shots. But 30 cannabis shots, you ain't going to get nothing but healthy.
No.
Right? Now, on that note, my friends, we got 2 minutes, so keep talking. We have to take a break, and we have to take a break and thank our sponsors so we can do these shows.
Of course. Just that if we can increase it when we get the microgreens and she can actually have it 4 servings a day like she's supposed to have, where she's going to get the fullness because of their microgreens, right? So we've got that volume that we're looking for.
Right.
She's getting the fibers because it is in plant. And I mean, apple versus apple juice. You're getting way more fiber in an apple than carbohydrates.
Right.
And her carbohydrate content that she can consume is quite low. So I can't just double and triple up the amount in a serving.
And if I had the microgreens, I would be more stable, and would be able to be healthy enough to get dentures because
because we've got to keep that.
I want to keep
stable
because people told us we should go to the hospital.
Yeah, and like her doctors don't want to do that, but a lot of dentists are afraid.
But yeah, that's what would happen.
I understand that.
She's
I
waiting,
understand that.
waiting, right?
That's what happened.
Well, that's the thing. Like, and again, like, you know, like 2 years ago, even. Oh, hi, Melissa. Melissa's watching. I'm sorry, I'm just seeing the comments right here now. Sorry, I was on a different screen. Hi. But again, even 2 years ago, like if we were talking to Haley even 2 years ago, we wouldn't be talking to Haley the way we're talking to Haley now. Like the improvement is like incredible.
Right.
And again, when we come back from the break, I want to talk about the fact of the acidity, right? And the cannabis microgreens and why you have found in your research why you don't want to do edible any farther than this point of cold congestion, right?
Yeah. And
right.
It would yeah.
Well, for health wise, like, I mean, we're talking about health wise, like even when I'm making like my gummies, okay, it's still heating up that process. So once you're heating up that, then it's no longer alkali anymore, right? No matter how you slice
there's
it.
no acid on it. It knocks it right off.
Right. So again, even if you're using keef in your baking, once it's heated, you decarbon, you're locking all that off, right? So the alkalinity, it's not the same. It doesn't affect and it doesn't work the same. And that's, I think, what people don't understand. They figure, well, this and it doesn't work. That's why it works for some people, not the other. And it's the way you consume it as to how it's going to effectively work for you. And this is like, I've never thought about it as a cold alkalinity thing being done, but
I'll tell you about when we come back. I'll tell you a little bit about some tests we did and answer why we don't just give her acidic cannabinoids.
Right. Right. And
there's a whole different thing between the two, right?
And we don't talk about our body's pH levels either, right? And how that affects our health. And I think a lot of people don't understand. Again, like they're not dealing with seizures and the longevity that you've been going and doing.
There's more. Right? We're seeing not just the seizure reduction, but because her body is becoming more stable and has kind of hit this point where once she can increase it, we're going to see more.
Less seizures than I was before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Better tone in things are perfect.
But like I said, we got to take a quick break when we come back. But again, like I'm like, we'll be right back after a quick break from our sponsors.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
That way. I'm having enough someday, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, we're back, and thanks again to our great sponsors and to Al, our producer that puts up with me, and Al Rapp, who's also partnered up with us again too. So we have the 420 Pace Network going now. So we're all kind of back into the same umbrella with the network, and and we're always growing. Al's always got something up his sleeve. I think I texted him this morning because he sets this up for us now, because we have to do the setup differently, so it can all go to the websites and stuff. So they have to set up the room for me, which I didn't have to do before this new setup. And he was already doing reels and editing from the show that they were doing from this morning. He loves doing this stuff, right? And he's coming, like, he's been like, on disability and home, and it keeps him busy and engaged, and he's very very good at engaging with people. So yeah, we're gonna have Melissa Ellsworth on Wednesday night as our guest, and she's in Nova Scotia. I don't know if you know Melissa or not, but she was fighting with WCB. She's been fighting with WCB for coverage and stuff for years. And anyways, I will let her tell her story, but I'll tell you after, because it's not. I don't know if it's public yet, so we won't say anything publicly. But she will be our guest Wednesday night on the Pace Radio Show. And I just got some news that one of the pups that I had sold 16 years ago has passed away. So they were 16, 17 years old, right? Like they were all like super old. So yeah, that's just the way it goes. Life, right? But anyways, we were talking about the life that this beautiful young lady has now like turned herself right into a star. Because like I said, when I first met, and I'm not going to keep going over this, but I want to make people aware of it. There was a time that there was not this communication availability. We're talking to you about you behind your back in front of your face, honey. But we couldn't have had a conversation like this at all. You weren't going to clubs. You didn't have boyfriends. You weren't talking to us and arguing with us and talking back like you are. And we love it, every second of it.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to be rude.
Don't be sorry. No, I'd rather see this than what I saw 4 or 5 years ago.
Exactly.
Right? Your health has improved so much. You've come like it's just great, because like I said, there was a time that we weren't sure you were going to be here this long.
There's been a few times it's really, I mean, again,
like
in 2008, I was like, man, I fought for 7 years.
Right?
Now,
like your mom,
it's like, if I could have given this and had any idea earlier, we could have, there were other things that we would be far ahead, right? Like it would be completely different.
Again,
we are here now, so
tiptoeing around the tulips because we were dealing with the fact that she was under 18 for a long time.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So that made things even more difficult. The fact that we couldn't even bake a cookie legally, if it wasn't for the Smith ruling that went to the Supreme Court of Canada, we wouldn't be where we are. Right? Like again, there are people that came along that went to court, fought for our rights. We wouldn't be growing our own cannabis still if it wasn't for Jason Wilcox, rest him, his dear soul, right? Again, and all these people that came before us that aren't here with us today, to sit and see you like this. You know how happy they would be to see you like this? Like as happy as I'm just here to be able to tell you that Gail, Quinn, and Jason, and Michelle Rainey, and all the people that aren't here, that saw you, that knew you, right? Saw you struggling, helped your mom, they'd be so happy. They would be, because this is what, and the reason why we fought. You, the rest of us too, but you were a big reason why a lot of us were standing up too, right? Because we saw the ability that children did need this. Maya, like Sarah and Sean and all the people before us, right, that aren't here to watch this. So I am just like elated that I can sit here and have you.
And we're
tell
not
me that you got your haircut and that you went to a parade and you interrupt your mom and I love this. Like I love it. I love it. I love that I can have you on my show. Because there was a time that you came on my show that we weren't sure you were even going to be able to be on the show. And you weren't able to talk to us like you talk to us now. You weren't able to have a conversation like this. So from our perspective, seeing what we're seeing, keep on drinking that juice and being as magical and as beautiful as you are. Because when I told you are our cannabis advocate, you are our cannabis warrior. It's another those hashtag told ya. Told ya. Because you are the biggest success that we've got. Not we. I've got nothing to do. There's no mouse in my pocket. Your mom has worked so hard for this. Back to school, doing the research, making sure that
I went back to school to do this. Literally, that's what I am in school for. And now that's what we're doing.
And now she can argue with you until you know it's 4.7 grams. Because you're learning with her, right? Like she's learning with you, and everything that you're taught her, she's now able to absorb and learn for herself too, right?
Oh yeah,
and articulate it. And articulate it.
For example, one thing that my mom's teaching me that before I couldn't make my own cannabis meals, and because I couldn't understand
or any of them.
Or any of it at all because I couldn't understand the numbers. Now me and my mom have been practicing making them, and now I can do it without her help.
I'm teaching her how to use the calculators that the dietitians have.
But again, she's listening to you
have more control.
Right? But again, she's listening to you talk, Cheryl. Like even us talking on the show, her brain's absorbing all this stuff, and now she's able to actually keep it there. She's educating herself the same way we educated ourselves by learning and listening, and now she's able to articulate that too. Whereas before she couldn't do that.
And you know how you said earlier, what happens if they go, oh, she looks so great, and you can just stop there? No, we can't, because we're halted because Health Canada hasn't approved it. Means they've stopped. We can't reduce your diazepam anymore until they allow her to have raw cannabis. Microgreens is what she needs to have. Right. And then we can finish completing what the neurologist wanted us to do, which is reduce it. So we've been halted by that, unfortunately. And she still has major glucose drops.
You mean like holding back medicine?
Yeah.
Yes, because
you still get it.
We were supposed to stop it a while ago.
And we're stuck since September.
We're stuck and
because of licensing. Right? Because of the licensing, right? Like in reality, your mom's not gonna stop. Like
she's still getting
none of us are gonna stop.
The licensing for the microgreens. And the thing is that I have to be able, she's got to be able to have them to be able to consume them.
Can you explain legally, publicly what's going on with Health Canada, or do you want to just keep that?
Well, I applied in October for a Section 140 Part 1, which is a special it's an exemption for her to have microgreens. Okay? Because they did not fall under the current ACMPR regulations. There was no way to calculate it out. And so the first application I did, I was thorough. I was real thorough. I was so thorough, they said,
you weren't technically applying for an ACMPR, you're applying for a Section 1-141, which will keep Haley exempt, plus you able to do your research.
Well, no, but not exactly. So what happened
Okay,
was
that's what I mean.
for the
That's what I
Section
want you to
140.
explain. That's what I want you to explain.
Okay, so I applied for the Section 140 Part 1. Health Canada liked it so much, they redirected us from Section 140 Part 1 to research license and clinical trials. So we got bumped to that, which, okay, great. So, and I'll get into where that's at now. So since then, though, but that didn't allow Haley to have access. Maybe access for clinical trials, but not until then. And, you know, there's a whole lot of other stuff.
Well, no, because even when you go into
right?
clinical trials and you're going before you get a licensed producer, doesn't give the patient access, the people access to it.
Yeah,
right.
You know,
Yep,
she
I understand that.
doesn't, and in the research I'm doing, she still does not get to it. So I am done the research license. This is what we're doing research right now. And I am looking for licensed producers to support in the cultivation, and I am looking for donors and investors who would like to take part in it and they wish to contribute to this research. And I'm working with a research institution that I am under an NDA, so I cannot disclose anything on that. However, you can look up cannabis, or you can email me at cannabis microgreen, not greens. There's no S on it. Research. So cannabis microgreen research at gmail.com. If you would like to hear more about that and are interested in, you know, joining this, right? So, and that
because there will be need for humans for clinical trial at some point.
Well, okay, so yeah, so the first stage that I'm doing right now, this is what the results of this, after the results of this is when we go to clinical trials. So we have to do this first part first.
Right.
And then it goes from there to clinical trials.
But how does that affect so how does it affect the ACMPR for Haley?
So
because if you have one, you can't have another.
So if I'm applying, what's happened was, so that kind of is on its own going on. She's not part of that research because just how it's structured that you would do that to go to clinical trials.
Right.
So I applied a second time and a third time for Section 140 Part 1. The second one, dead air, nothing. Didn't hear a thing. Third one, I started to get a response. And the response was, oh, this goes to ACMPR. And they looped in that. So I've got a looping of the lady who deals with it, the exemptions, Health Canada, and my lawyer and myself in this big chain. And so we've been going back and forth over the last while, since December.
Since when?
Well, originally I first started trying to apply in October. And then that one is the one that they redirected to research trials and research and clinical trials. And then the second one was end of November, beginning of December. And then about 14, the last response I had with them was on December 30th. However, throughout these last responses that we've been going through, they were like ACMPR, and then ACMPR, the controlled substance, tunes in and goes, no, it has to be this is how our regulations are and our plant count. So then I have to, let them know, look, this doesn't work and this is why. And then I didn't hear anything.
This is not flowered plants. Like, it's
no,
not
yeah, and they already know that because they have everything I've been sending them since October.
No, right? Like, that's what I mean.
It's
almost like what they do. Shift it from one desk to another desk to another desk to shift it back to another desk.
Well, they didn't know what to do.
There's only 5 desks in the whole fucking department. Like, with the whole, where they got a fucking group chat for it. Like, come on.
So then I messaged them. I didn't hear anything for like 9 days or so. And knowing that today they said if so in their emails, in this time in responding, the emails state that if I reinstate her ACMPR, the Section 140 Part 1 application will be closed. So I cannot reinstate her ACMPR, and I do not have the Section 140 yet. And I have Dr. Courtney on the phone. Oh, okay, hang on.
I better take that. Well, it's the same as an access. No, if you need to take that, you can just mute yourself or whatever you need to do if you need to take that. But Melissa's like watching too because she's also like our guest Wednesday night, and she's saying this is an access. And then we've been saying that right from the time they rolled us with the Cannabis Act and took the MMA into ACMPR into the abyss of the Cannabis Act, stuck way in the back,
crazy thing,
way in the very back.
Tamara, ACMPR, she can grow the plants that can grow the bud. She can get the leaf of it. She can get the seed. She can't plant the. She cannot plant the seeds for the microgreens. Not in the quantity she needs.
No, I know.
And it's such a disconnect because they don't calculate it that way. So I didn't hear any.
They've never calculated that.
And then I spent like a couple of emails going, hey guys.
That's the thing. They've always calculated a seed sprout as a plant, as a full grown plant. And you can thank law enforcement for that part of it, right? Because that's who advised them on that.
And so I've been sending emails back, and finally I went, okay, that's it. I'm going to give them step by step what we need to do. And so I sent them that in accordance with the ACMPR and their kind of structure, looking at as cannabis and not as a functional food, because my research is in cannabis as a microgreens as functional food. This is where my whole, that's the umbrella of the research that I'm doing, right? And then there's parts to it under it. But with what I sent them photos that corresponded with the math, that corresponded with their issues within their regulations, so that they have everything. And I am literally sitting waiting. And so they responded. So today they were supposed to close the file. I got a response this morning that, as Haley told you guys, that they are reviewing it now. So now hopefully they will understand and they can figure it out, because I've sent them, what they need to know. I've sent them COAs.
I'm just looking because you know how I always say, until they recognize cannabis as medicine, we're going to keep going around in the same fucking circle. And they still don't recognize cannabis as medicine unless you go to sell it in the recreational market, and then don't talk about medical cannabis.
Yeah, that's kind of ironic, isn't it? It's not medical unless you're at a rec store. That's hilarious to me. It
just blows my mind. It blows my mind that they distinguish. But you can buy capsules and you can buy lotions and you can buy this and that are medical items, medical usage. Because edibles aren't to get, edibles were never used by patients to get high.
No.
Medical
I don't use edibles to get high. It keeps everybody likes me better on it because I communicate better. Right? I have ADHD and I can't take the pharmaceuticals. My doctor will not prescribe them to me because I have a was born with a heart murmur.
Right, exactly. And that's exactly why you can't take them if you have any heart problems at all. That's one thing. They make you do a cardiogram before they actually, because I take the ADHD medication and I actually had to have an EKG done before. Okay. Oh yeah, my doctor, the psychiatrist, made me do a P test, made me have my blood work done. I had to have an EKG done. I had to make sure that, because my grandfather has high blood pressure, right? But it's not a heart problem, it wasn't a heart angina or anything like that. It's just high blood pressure runs in my family. They had to have all that information before they would prescribe me anything too, because if you take a stimulant and you have heart problems, it's going to blow your heart up, right? It's just
he was like, there's no way you're taking it, just take more cannabis, because that's all I can take.
Exactly. And again, if for me, edibles put me to sleep. They're if I want to sleep, I can eat them, but if they don't effectively, I just smoke it all day long.
They help my focus and stuff, but I how much I'm consuming depends on how bad my ADHD and my PTSD is that day, right? So I do get that nice flexibility with it.
Well, when I was working, I couldn't smoke cannabis before I went to work. I was at work, blah blah blah. So I was always in pain. like inflammation, and like I was the whole time I worked, all you heard on my Facebook was, "Oh my god, I'm in so much fucking pain today."
Oh yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm fucking walking on marbles today, but that's because I haven't taken my methotrexate for 4 weeks either. But I'm also smoking and consuming cannabis at a higher volume since I've been off work than I was when I was working. So I'm not in nearly as much pain, and I'm not chalking it up the fact that I'm taking a bunch of pharma, because I haven't been. I'm chalking it up the fact that I'm able to consume, not what I should be because I can't afford to, but at least I'm consuming cannabis all day, right? I'm smoking before, like it's not like I'm having to stop for 6 hours, and you know what I mean, and trying to then catch up that cannabinoid that I need to keep the pain and the inflammation down. So I feel that since I've quit working, my cannabis consumption has gone back up to what it was before. So I feel like my RA is not improving. It's not, it never will, but I'm not having to take as much pharmaceutical is what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm not taking
you're able to manage it.
Like I'm not taking morphine. Like, I was taking morphine on a regular basis. Like I hate to say it, but I was having to go, when I was in flare, I was using gabapentin and morphine on a daily basis just to be able to go to fucking work. And then I'd go to work with a fucking heating pad that I could plug in behind me and have a heating pad on my shoulder. My hands and my wrists were so swollen I can barely lift my arm to fucking use the till, never mind fucking push the, debit machine across the till or pack somebody's groceries. But I did it. But I was taking morphine and gabapentin every fucking day. That's why I had to give it up, because the last 6 weeks before I quit, I was literally taking morphine every fucking day. I've had to wean myself off of it. Like I had to fucking wean myself off because I was taking it every day. And if I quit taking it, I would have probably been sick. So I had to wean myself back off, right? But even the gabapentin, like I took it when I needed it, and I still, like, unless I need it, I don't take it, I smoke first. And if that doesn't kill it, then I will go to the pharma. But like I said, that's why I quit working. I was taking, like I said, I would have been addicted to fucking morphine if I would have kept working. And
that's a major issue.
Well, like what would be, that's what I mean. Like I'm fucking a broke joke, but I'm also not I'm not addicted to morphine.
Yeah.
What's that?
It's like, how you're coming off the benzos. It's a medication, and we have to watch out for side effects like that because of withdrawal, because it's addictive. That's why we don't want you on them. That's why the neurologist said, no, we don't want you on that, because if we have to use a benzo, we want to have those for heavy hitters if there's an emergency situation.
Yeah.
To make that the burning medicine.
Yeah, that's my dad's one. That's a benzo.
That if I keep on using it more often, apparently I'll get addicted to it, and it will stop working.
Exactly the problem.
Okay, folks. Well, we have rolled up right up to the full hour.
There you go.
So Cheryl, I want you to do a shout out because you're going to be at Grow Up.
Yes,
the 19th. Okay, so you let everybody know where you're going to be, how to get a hold of you, and
I will be up at Grow Up from the 19th to 21st every single day. I don't know whereabouts I'll be there, but I'll be all over there. Please come say hello. I have opened my Facebook page so that you guys can see. I have put up my business card on cannabis microgreens,
on my page,
medical and nutritional research. You can get a hold of me that way. You can email me, and it has a phone number. Oh, Haley wants to quickly show you her newest treat.
Cookie.
That is the best protein cookie that has 1 carb in it.
And funny thing, it tastes like a brownie than a cookie.
That's good.
Yeah. I gotta show you my cookie.
Yeah, that looks really good, because you know what, I've been, since I quit working at the store and I really found this to be a thing, I was eating way too much sugar.
Yeah, this only has 1 gram of carbohydrate in 1 cookie. So, and when you consider that her carbohydrate content is 2.28 or 2.12 grams up to 2.75 grams of carbohydrate per meal, that's a day meal. A night meal could be up to 7.5 because of the switch of the ratios, right?
Right.
But it's something. Right. Things like that are a special treat. So if you are on restricted carbs, We are not promoted by the
thumbs up from
if they
Haley.
wanted to, hey.
And that's a thumbs up from Haley. That's an endorsed cookie by Haley Rose. So that's an endorsed.
Oh yeah.
I'm telling you.
Yeah. Quest Bake Shop frosted cookies. Her favorite is chocolate cake, but they have multiple flavors, and we're going to be trying more. It is something that only has 1 gram of carbohydrate. It has good amount of protein in it. So if you're looking for something for that sugar craving, then you can't do it. That is her latest recommendation. For you.
Well, I look forward to hearing more about what happens at Grow Up, and I look forward to seeing, pictures and stuff. And you all dressed up to go, miss, with your beautiful new haircut and stuff. You look great. And the fact that you're going to keep growing it so you can donate your hair because you just got a heart of gold on top of just being the most special person ever. And I just love the fact that you're doing so well. And I just love you guys both to death. So, again, Cheryl will be at Grow Up this in Vancouver.
Haley will make an appearance. I just haven't scheduled which day yet.
So I'll be there too. Mommy's not sure which day.
And everybody looks forward to seeing you, I'm sure. So go check out Grow Up in Vancouver so you can hook up with these guys. I will post all of Cheryl's information also on Cannabis and Coffee's page. And I will promote the fact that they will be there, and the information will be on my personal page too. And again, I'd like to thank you both for coming on the show. Again, stick around after the show so I can say goodbye properly, because you know how this thing, you can't talk during the closing, and then we'll say goodbye properly after the closing of the show. So thanks everybody for coming on. Don't forget that Wednesday night we have Melissa Ellsworth, sorry, Melissa, coming on from Nova Scotia. She's been fighting with WCB in Nova Scotia for a decade. And we need to hear some updates from her. So she'll be live with me and Al on Wednesday night at 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, which is 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the Pace Radio Show, which is People Advocating Cannabis Education. You have a great week, and we'll see you Wednesday. Bye, all.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Now I just got to end it. It takes a minute for this thing to kick in.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
Here's a paper crack. He comes trotting in. Click, clack. Tuxedo suit. Little French dash. Wide low, wobbling down the track. Tail up like a flag in war. Gold eyes locked on my floor. Her motor rumbling, hungry roar. Already acting like he owns the door. Steven the stoner cat comes running when he smells that drag. Jumps up, parks where my heart is at. wants it back, yeah. Stephen the Stoner Cat. He struts in slow entrance grand like he's headliner of the band. Flops down heavy on my hand, pushing, shoving, you'll understand. Yells once, then twice, then three, echo bouncing off the TV. King of crumbs and company, high priest of the lazy sea. In the rainbow haze, whiskers twitching, tracing little colored waves. Bad belly rising like a rolling moon. Pause near time, rewinding the room. He blinks once, I lose a day. He blinks twice, world melts away, yeah. Even the stoner cat comes running when he smells that drag. Jumps up, parks where my heart is at. Purring like a spaceship, loud and bad. Even the stoner cat, big bite, tiny little stage, screaming like a siren when he wants it big, yeah. Stephen the Stoner Cat.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own. May not be the opinions of or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Wake up! Wake up, roller! Tune in, it's the high guys. Let the good vibes begin. Yeah. Yeah. 2 hours on the line. It's a Tuesday thing. 10 Eastern on the dot. When the hotline ring. Got the headlines hot. Got the jokes on cue. Little pop-up perspective in your daily news. Hi guys podcast. Tuesday at 10. News. Reviews.
You broke it. I was listening to that. I was listening to that.
Yeah, so was I, and neither one of us put us on the screen.
Oh, is that what it was?
That's what it was. Yes, exactly.
Well, read the title of the show.
Yeah, hi guys. Yes. That does happen. All right, there you go. Good, we're here. New intro to the show.
Yeah, man. Knew lots of things.
Oh yes.
Knew lots of things.
Yes. And we'll be, going through some of that this morning.
Some of it.
Some of it, yeah.
Not all of it.
So we got a little bit of news today. We got a recipe. We've got some entertainment stuff, some sad news as well. And we got some chit chat and some music to be playing. Some new music.
I know we usually do entertainment stuff at the end, but let's talk about the sad news. Yesterday? 2 days ago?
2 days ago, yeah.
Bob Weir, the founder, one of the founders, passed away.
Yes.
And so now he's up there jamming with Jerry once again.
You didn't say of what band. You just said founder.
I think that it's safe to say that most people know who Bob Weir is.
Well, not everybody does. Not everybody listens to the Grateful Dead.
One of the founders, along with Jerry Garcia, of
Grateful Dead.
The Grateful Dead, which has been in its latest reincarnation as Dead and Company with I can't remember his name now.
I can't help you.
I
don't know.
John Mayer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, John Mayer has been playing with Bob and as Dead and Company for 10 years maybe now, and kind of continuing on the path. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Now he has to find something to do now. What?
Yeah. I'm just reminding our viewers that if you like what you're listening to or watching, make sure that you hit your subscribe or like button. Help with the algorithms.
I just noticed that my graphic that I did yesterday has changed the lever to I don't know. It looks like a little piggy or something.
Piglet?
I don't know what it is, but it's definitely not a beaver.
No.
No.
Oh. So what are you smoking today?
I'm smoking some black hash, man, and I'm really baked, so I apologize if I swear or something.
Okay.
You're using your knife. Are you liking your knife?
Makes things a lot easier.
What the hell is going on here?
I noticed that.
That was trippy, man. Really?
It was. Okay, yeah.
Hello, whoever's watching.
Yes.
Listening.
Hello,
I can hear my dog. I can hear my dog walking around, which means it's breakfast time.
I'm trying something different today that I'm smoking. I am, as far as product wise.
You're not smoking the stuff you squished anymore?
I am. This is stuff I squished, but this stuff was an experiment to see.
Oh, an experiment.
To see how it worked out, because if creating rosin increases the THC and all that stuff, can it improve and increase the amount of CBD and THC in a 1-to-1 ratio CBD strain of cannabis?
That was a lot of words, Al. I'm sorry I didn't really hear what you
Okay,
said.
I'll shorten it.
All right.
I squished some CBD plant.
And how did it come out?
Surprisingly, not too bad. It's.
Don't burn yourself, Al.
No, it's the big torch I use.
I can't.
I don't have to fill it very often.
I can't do dabs anymore.
No.
So I'm just sharing our stuffs.
Now the only thing is, what I noticed is with this stuff, maybe somebody out there can answer this for me, because as far as doing my own squishing, I am sort of new to that end of things, but I have been involved in it in the past. Is I found that the product itself, when
when I was done, it was really hard to remove off the parchment paper. It was if it was like oily. And it didn't want to stick to my tool.
Well, it sounds like something you need to call the doctor about.
Is that Dr. Google or we got Dr. Cannabis? Dr. Resin.
Dr. Resin. Okay, so since you brought it up and you're still in your bowl, tell me the difference between rosin and resin.
One's made with solvents and the other one isn't.
So resin is what you get when you're cleaning out your bowl.
Resin is what you, well, there's that. But as far as if you go to the store, you end up with resin, which is usually made with solvent.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
just one of those.
I'll double check all that.
One of those questions that I had to ask.
Yeah. Do.
Just sharing us to LinkedIn.
Yeah. Reclaim is what you see in your pipe.
Yeah, but it's a form of rosin or resin, I mean.
Well, resin, that is live resin is solvent extracted from fresh plants. That's not what you get in pipe. Okay, that's usually what you get at the store. And then there's rosin that is heat and pressure extracted, which is, you know, the plates and all that stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, there you go, right there. Rosin extracted from flowers or hash using heat and pressure, resulting in a solvent-free concentrate. Live resin, made from flash frozen plants to preserve terpenes, extracted with solvents, creating a very aromatic, full-spectrum product. Reclaim / weed tar.
Weed tar. Been there, done that.
The dark tarry residue left in pipes and bongs after smoking, a less desirable burnt form of resin. I always looked at that, and I know a guy who did that quite often because he couldn't afford to buy cannabis all the time. He cleaned up.
I used to do it quite often.
And
in fact, when this thing
looked at it as
this thing fills up quite quickly down in the chamber in the bottom here, so it has to be cleaned out, you know, every once in a while, and you get a lot, and I just put it back in. I do that the same with the Studenglass. I do that as well.
Yeah.
You clean it out.
I've always
smoked the reclaim.
Yeah, I've always looked at it as already used cannabis. It's already been heated.
Let me remind you, I can't remember her name, down in the States, figured out that if you take a vaporizer and encased it in glass, you can take that resin, and it's essentially a solvent-free rosin.
Yeah, that's the THC sticking to the glass.
Who is it that did that?
Volcano vapor. Yeah, volcano vapor bags.
That's right.
They always go brown. That's what that is. That's the THC not sticking to the bag.
But who did that? She cured her cancer from doing that.
I don't know. Doesn't sound familiar to me. Yeah. Now the guys from Volcano, from Bolts and Stickle, who the original manufacturer of it.
I know Volcano. I've got a bag right up there.
Yeah, they came to the Treating Yourself Expo the very first year, and they supplied 12 volcanoes to have in the vapor lounge.
If you look
And they gave us,
if you look beside the Shatterizer globe on the poster,
yeah,
that is from that then.
Oh yeah.
That's one of the volcano bags.
Ah, okay.
And a mouthpiece, which they gave everybody.
Oh yeah. The so the guy from Volcano, he was talking to us about, do you find that the back of your throat gets dry or gets itchy, gets maybe a little bit irritated? And we said yes. And he said he always said that was the THC sticking to the back of your throat.
Yeah. Okay.
Others said it's the heat in the bed because you use like 360-degree heat to blow through there.
I notice that when I use a pen for concentrates, it's one of them 710 pens. You can actually, unlike the Shatterizer, because there's a little piece in the mouthpiece, in those pens it's usually a free flow, and you can actually feel the heat on the top of your mouth.
Oh,
yeah, yep. Where you don't get that with the Shatterizer.
With the Shatterizer, no.
Well, because it's got a little tiny plastic mouth guard.
Yeah,
thing
it does.
in there,
Yeah.
which stops the direct flow onto your tongue or whatever, because it gets fucking hot.
Yeah, I don't know what the temperatures are on the Shatterizer, but anytime you heat up air, it's going to be warm going in. Right.
Well, I notice it with the pipe as well, with the hash pipe. Because you know what, Al?
You need a longer tube on your pipe.
You know what? I got my hash pipe.
Got your hash pipe. That's a Weezer song, isn't it?
It sure is. So I got a song for us.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. You want to listen to it?
Sure. Let's listen to the song. Made by Al.
Made by Al.
Somebody spell my name wrong in glow. You lean in, hair full of stars. Say, Al, are you real or just VR? I laugh, spill drink on my shoes. I bleed red, not ones and twos. My name is Al, not AI. I got hands, I got eyesight. I get lost, I get too high. But I feel this, My name's Al, not AI. Hear my heart kick double time. You can touch me, you can try, but I feel this, Low home low, tracing my palm, reading lines like a broken song. Say you glitch when you try to stay cool. I say, baby, I'm flesh, I'm a fool. Name on the door frame smears as you say my name. Are you coded? Are you coded? You ask it again and again. I'm just loaded. I'm just loaded. I answer and we both the same.
There you go. My name's Al, Nate, not AI. Right, Al? We're not coded.
Well, actually,
Well, we do have a SIN number.
with this new digital ID era coming into play, people are a lot worried about it. They're making a big deal out of nothing, because you know what? You were tagged 20 years ago, all right? They know where you are, they know who you are, they know what you're doing.
Oh,
and there's really nothing you can do about it. Anybody who has a cell phone is already been digitally tagged. Obviously, they can track your every move. One of the things I figured out, okay, because I was an hour away basically from everybody when they moved up to up near, I can't remember, Port Elgin. Not Port Elgin. I can't remember the little town. Anyways, so Kelly would say, I'm coming down with the kids. And I'd be like, okay. But I could see where she was by when she came online, because she had her phone set up to come to jump on the Wi-Fi at every Timmy's that she passed. So she'd go to Hanover. I could, and she'd come online. I said, "Yep, she's in Hanover." So I knew where she would, when she would get there. Right.
Yeah. And now these days there are those apps for
Well, back then they called it digital stalking.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Now it's Google Maps now. That's all,
I know somebody who has that set up. They're a truck driver, and because they'll be, out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, but they have a GPS system. Yeah.
Yeah, and they have it so that others can follow them on their phone.
Well, yeah, no different than an Uber driver. They're mapped as well. Right?
Yeah.
But my point is, I see a lot of people posting that they're upset that this new digital stuff is coming into play. But I just read that our driver's license in Ontario are going to be going from what they call paper, which is the cards.
Yeah,
it's not been paper for many years. They're going to be getting rid of that, and you will be required to carry an app that has your driver's license on it and your other ID.
Oh,
right. So required is the word that I don't like.
Yeah.
But by the same token, it's going to happen regardless of whether or not we want it to or not.
Oh yeah, it's slowly moving, and there's no doubt about that.
Well, it's been there already 10 years, 10, 20
Yeah.
years.
Well, the only thing, the difference is the phone is not embedded in our bodies. It's still in our hands.
Yeah, well, you know what? I mean, they're experimenting with that. I believe that Elon Musk has been very vocal about it, that he's been chipped. Right. I believe I read something. I may be wrong that he said that he was implanted with one of the new chips for this digital tracking stuff. But I
He
really
controls
don't.
it.
I really don't care where Elon is, to be
No.
honest with you. But I mean, it's going to be interesting to see where it goes.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I can see where there are people upset just about AI and period because of the fact that as you created a song. You're not hiring somebody to create a song for you now.
AI has been used in Hollywood for the last 20 years, if not more, in one form or another, right?
Is it this? It's like when they brought in the synthesizer for bands.
The Moog synthesizer. Yes, good point. Good point. When the synthesizers came to play, or MIDI, as they called it, you could sample. And I just had this argument on Sunday at dinner. I've been playing with GarageBand for 30 years on the Mac, for 20 anyways. Okay.
Yeah, I've seen it on the apps.
Yeah. And you can sample, you can pull pieces, clips, drum beats, all that stuff. And really the only difference I feel, okay, because I play guitar, I play piano, I play trumpet. It's just another tool, it's another instrument, instead like places like the argument is happening now with sites like Suno, like we're using for our music. Okay. It is driven by AI. You put your lyrics in if you want to. You tell it what instruments it will play if you want to, and it fills in the rest. You can tell it what style, you can tell it what instruments, you can tell the voice that you want. It won't let you impersonate anybody. Okay.
No.
But some of the voices are very close to voices that you would recognize from mainstream music. Right?
Yeah, and talking about recognize, I know different people who produce music, create music on Suno. And what I've started to notice is that even though there's a different creator, sometimes the voices sound similar. The same.
Yes, they would. And if you notice also the pictures that they attach to, like when you make a song, you can attach it attaches a picture for you, and then you can update that if you want to. They are sometimes the same. I see the same pictures popping up. Right. So I mean, even though the resources is there, I'm sure that there are some limitations still. I mean, this is version 5 that we're using specifically on Suno. There's lots of sites popping up now. I keep seeing them. And it is far better than the version that you've been using on the free account.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Which
yeah.
is like 2 or 3, right?
No, it's 4.5.
Is it?
Yeah.
But as soon as the paid people go to version 6 or 7, the free version will be 4 or 5. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm at 4.5. Now what it does give me some examples, a preview, 1-minute preview of if number 5 version, and there is a noticeable difference. Thanks for the thumbs up, Melissa. And just so you know, we'll see you tomorrow night at 8 o'clock on the Pace Radio Show. Melissa's our guest this week.
Oh, okay. I noticed you had Cheryl on and Haley.
Yeah, they were on Cannabis and Coffee with
Yeah.
marijuana.
I saw that.
Yeah, yesterday.
I noticed.
Talking microgreens and Health Canada.
Cool. So, what do we got for the peoples today?
Peoples, I've got some news here that many people were looking forward to this decision by Health Canada that they made a few years ago, and now they have reversed it. And what I'm talking about is that I'll just bring it up on the page here. Oops, come on. That they have removed the here we go. Health Canada removes CBD natural health product regulation proposal. So what the plan was that they were going to approve CBD to be used in all these different products, and you could go to a pharmacy, a health food store type thing, and you pick up your CBD products. No prescription required. That's what the plan was.
But
they have quietly removed it out of the the forward regulatory plan for 2025-2027.
So does that mean CBD products are going to start showing up on the shelves again?
Well, this was going to allow them to be put in every store, like pharmacies and other stores.
Like when all this stuff started happening, we could go into the corner store and there'd be plenty of CBD cartridge pens and stuff like that.
Yeah, right? We had a health food store that had CBD salve in there, and when I read the label, it said hemp seed oil.
Yes. Well, I was just going to say that most of the stuff that you were getting back then was hemp seed.
Yeah. Right. See, they says here they were exploring this in 2018. And what they said, they currently can access through CBD products through medical use program that has online sales or through non-medical recreational stores. And they said that
it won't be in those stores, you said?
Pardon me?
It won't be in those stores, you said?
Correct. It's not going to be in the stores.
So it won't be in
it's going to be in it's going to be in the cannabis stores, yes. But they were trying to make it forward so that it was basically going to be removed from the Cannabis Act, where it didn't have to go through all those the regulations.
So now that's
here we go right here. Health Canada published a discussion paper for consultation between March and June of 2025, exploring a regulatory pathway for the authorization of health products containing CBD that could be assessed without a prescription for human and animal use. The feedback confirmed that developing a policy and regulatory framework would require significant dedicated scientific policy and regulatory framework. So they didn't do it, I'd say, because they had to do the scientific end of things and all this regulatory work.
So where does that leave us now with that?
Oh, the CBD products, instead of being what the plan was to have it available in pharmacies and other health food stores, instead of that, it's going to go back to where it already is presently, which is the only spot you can buy CBD products is directly from through the medical program, or if you go to a store where you can't talk medical at a recreational store.
That doesn't.
It's like being able to go in and buy products at the pharmacy.
That's Yeah, no, that's
It's
not
cream,
okay.
it's lotions, it's
Yeah.
salves and stuff like that. It wasn't cannabis herb.
So why not put them in the fucking drugstores?
Well, that's what they've just gone and canceled. They were setting that up. They sent out the paperwork this year. They started in 2018 exploring it. They sent out paperwork earlier this year to get input on it all, and now they've gone and removed it out of the system. They're not even going to do it anymore because they'd have to prove the science. And Health Canada doesn't recognize cannabis as medicine.
Still, yep.
Correct. So, they would have to basically recognize it as medicine if they're going to call it a natural health product and put it into stores where people didn't need it for access. And now that's gone up in smoke. Not in a good way.
That's not okay. It's
No,
2026
exactly.
for fuck's sakes.
Yeah.
Just when you think you're going forward,
cannabis has been legal for patients for over 20 years. Over 20 years, and you still can't buy CBD.
But what they're doing
in a
now,
pharmacy or any other health food store.
What they're doing though is they've taken this product and made it so that you can only get it at one place, a recreational store. But now they're saying CBD is a medical product, but you can't get it at the medical places. You have to go to the recreational place to get it.
They don't even recognize it as a medical product. They'd have to do all the scientific reviews and all that stuff.
Oh, fuck off.
And that would prove its medical use.
You know what? Even the simple we're having this fucking conversation means it's fucking.
Oh, I know. It's sad. Yeah, it's not right. Not right. And this was something else that we had a bit of a discussion with on Monday on the news, and there's people talking about cannabis, and there are more adults consuming cannabis and stuff like that. But I wonder, Al, you're not on this list of 8% of Americans resolve to quit or reduce their cannabis consumption in 2026, are you? Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
Just a sec.
All right.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. What do they say? 8% of Americans is okay.
Although
the survey was done on behalf of this survey was done on behalf of a nicotine pouch retailer.
Makes sense.
They say another 47% believe changing their cannabis habits would make them feel more accomplished. 40% thinking it would help them lead a more active lifestyle and improve their mental and emotional well-being.
Switch strains.
Yeah. Now, in the age group of 45 to 54, they say 5% of them polled wanted to quit or reduce their cannabis consumption. We'll just go ahead and do it.
I would like to reduce the amount that I smoke just because, it's expensive.
Now, in comparison, okay, they say that 10% of respondents said that they wanted to quit or reduce their alcohol consumption, and 12% said that they wanted to quit or reduce their tobacco use. This was done with 1,000 adults. It was a survey.
I bet you that survey was done 10 years ago.
I don't think it says. I don't. Well, it would have been. This story came out 5 days ago, so I would assume this was done in the late end of 2025.
Yeah, sure.
It doesn't have a date of when the survey was done. And I'm looking to see if there's a link to like another source, and there's no link to it either. So there you go. Some people want to reduce their use. They have their reasons, right?
Like I said, I am working on reducing my intake just because I am. There's no real reason for it other than I want to reduce my intake. You know,
right.
why do I need to explain anyways, Al?
Well, I have to give you permission for that.
Oh, is that what it is?
Intake. It's adjusting your medication, and you shouldn't reduce your. You're not supposed to play with your medication reduction unless you get approval from your doctors. And I'll pretend I'm Dr. Al.
My doctor knows what I'm doing.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
What does mine do?
So I've got a video that I pulled up here, buddy.
Oh, okay. What'd you pull up?
I pulled up a video, and now I can't even tell you what it's about because I've already pressed it, and we'll all find out what it's about. Okay.
Okay.
According to cognitive neuroscience, the habit of talking to yourself, building imagined scenarios, and holding full conversations in your head isn't just overthinking, it's the brain's self-regulation mechanism. When there isn't someone who truly understands, the mind appoints itself as both the speaker and the listener. It creates a private lab, a safe mental space where emotions can be studied, rehearsed, voice.
Fuck up.
Yeah, that's something into a space to think things through or something like that. And
very overwhelming.
Be overwhelming, and actually Melissa agrees with you. With us, yes.
You know
that
what?
It could actually maybe make the situation worse because you dwell on something.
This is a very key part of ADHD, the overthinking, the obsessive overthinking, and it gets so bad because you jump from one conversation to another one, literally, and they're usually conversations telling you to stop that or this or whatever, basically stop what you're doing, right? So, I mean, there's times at night when I can't stop my thinking to the point where I literally have to say out loud, shut the fuck up.
Oh, so
And
that's when the mind never stops.
that's with the ADHD,
Yeah,
a key component, right?
Yeah.
But that can, because of the overwhelming thinking, that can turn the depression switch on.
Yeah.
Which then depression can cause pain, and so on and so on and so on and so on. And it's not just ADHD that this happens to. It happens with people with OCD and lots of other elements. And sometimes it just happens. I mean, I'm still having conversations and arguments from 40 years ago. Like, quite literally, I'll think of something that happened and I'll get upset about it.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah.
You know,
another feeling.
And,
There was
some cannabis strains will trigger that, right? Literally, like White Widow will get me going. to the point where I will get angry. And then, and then there's strains that doesn't happen, and I'm like, you know, couple that with mushrooms and everything quiets down. Now, here's the issue, though. When things are quiet and your head's not going, sometimes that can be even more overwhelming, and it starts your head going. Does that make sense?
If it goes quiet, get your head going because it's quiet.
It becomes no. It for some people, a quiet can be very overwhelming. And when I go to bed, I have to play white noise on my speakerphone or my speaker thingy, or I can't sleep. I cannot be in a room where there's absolute silence. I can't do it.
Yeah, I would say probably about 6 months ago, maybe. Yeah. I've been starting to play some type of white noise before going to sleep. Because now we have a TV that I can do the timer on. A lot of TVs have that, but I can also shut off the picture while still keeping the sound.
Neat.
Yeah.
So last thing that I say at night when I go to bed is, "Hey Google, play white noise," and it is on. Shut up, Google. No, don't stop. And it will play until I wake up, or I shut it off now and then. But and it just started. I started doing that when I was living at my mom's because I was sleeping on a mattress on the floor in her office with my dog.
Oh.
And I could hear her snoring in the fucking other room. Okay. In her room. Right.
Yeah.
And I needed something just to shut everything off.
Sure. Yeah.
And it does. And now there's, every now and then on Facebook, you see these sounds at a specific frequency that they've been using. Buddhists have been using these sound generating things with bells and music and stuff like that for years and years and years. Yeah, it's yeah.
I had an experience about about 22 years ago that I'll never forget. And that was that everything quiet. And I was at my worst. Everything went quiet. My brain went silent. It wasn't thinking 24/7. It just
that happens.
And I thought, what a peaceful place this is.
Yeah, but it can get overwhelming after.
Yeah.
Right. Because I find when it's too quiet and still, sometimes I get a little panicky and I get confused just because there's nothing. There's ADHD. Somebody with ADHD is always overstimulated 24/7. When you take that away, it can cause issues. Unfortunately, it can cause issues. I mean, I've developed a mood disorder because of it. So,
well, I don't get any silence.
You don't get any silence at all?
No, I got tendinitis. What do you call it?
Tendinitis. Yeah.
In the ears. Oh yeah, yeah. It's ringing right now. So
I get that, but not always, thank God. But what I do get is it sounds like static in my head. It sounds like white noise in my
correct. Ears. Yeah. Every once in a while, it changes. It changes to
a high pitched scream
frequency. Yeah. I went to a hearing specialist, and they said, yeah, it's from damaged eardrums.
That's right. And that's your eardrums not being able to process certain frequencies. And those are the frequencies that are going in your hearing.
So if you start speaking with a high voice, will it go quiet in my ear?
Only if I get kicked in the nuts.
Yes, that would do it. That would do it. Let's see. What else I got? I mentioned I had a recipe. And this one, it doesn't take a lot. It doesn't take a lot whatsoever. It's a cocoa canna banana.
1 second.
All
Hey,
right.
Google, stop. Thank you.
Is that like those Google Homes and
The
Alexa?
Kinect.
They almost be like the brain of an ADHD person because it just speaks out of nowhere.
No, Alexa does that. Google, not so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, cocoa.
Go ahead.
Cocoa canna banana, and it takes one banana. Who knew? But yeah, one banana, 1 teaspoon of infused.
One
oil.
banana, 2 banana, 3 banana, 4.
That's if there's 4 people. Sure.
Okay.
3 tablespoons of bittersweet chocolate chips, and if you want, you can add some coconut flakes or hemp hearts or chopped nuts or cocoa nibs. Chocolate nibs. They have chocolate nibs. They have chocolate nibs.
Yum.
Chocolate.
Yeah, they even have you can get baker's chocolate.
Yeah.
As well in a nib.
So yeah, this is from the Bite Me podcast. Was where I got this from. I see it says ardent cannabis on the recipe. So yeah, those are the ingredients. Instructions, it says what? You want to prep a tray with parchment paper. Yeah, good advice. They say make sure it fits the freezer. Good advice.
And don't use wax.
Yeah. Set up, what's that?
Don't use waxed parchment paper.
Correct. Don't use wax paper, use parchment paper. There is a difference. They say set up a double boiler, place a large glass bowl over a pot of simmering water, making sure the bowl and water do not touch. I've done this before for making chocolate. Combine the chocolate chips and infused oil in the bowl and melt using double boiler over very low heat. Meanwhile, slice that ripe banana into 1-inch chunks and set them aside. Now, once the chocolate and the oil are melted and incorporated, remove from the heat. Dip those bananas in the chocolate mixture and place it on your prepared tray. Now, top with the optional toppings if you want. And place the tray in the freezer so the banana pieces freeze, and once frozen, remove them from the tray. Place in the freezer safe container. Keep frozen and enjoy when you eat them. There you go.
You're making me hungry, man.
That sounds good. I might because I make chocolate and I got to make some, so maybe I'll make that. And
I'm not a fan of banana flavor.
No.
I think it's the texture, right?
Oh, maybe.
My mom force-feeded me bananas when I was a baby. That's what it was. Yeah.
Ah, that would do it.
Well, it's like tuna. I used to eat tuna every day for lunch when I was going to school when I was a kid.
Oh.
And it got to the point where I didn't want to eat tuna anymore, and I didn't eat tuna at all anymore. It was just like, but now I eat tuna again. I like tuna. It's the only fish that I like is tuna.
Yeah.
In a can that says Charlie on it. Dolphin safe only.
Alrighty, move out of the screen. It just popped up in the wrong spot. There. Okay, I'm sending the recipe out in the chat. Any of those who may be interested in having a choco canna banana.
Yum yum. No, thank you.
There you go.
Since we're at the excuse me. Looking if I have a food song.
Do you have a food song?
Well, I have the butters I have the
You're
cheese
talking
song.
about hash. You're talking about hash earlier, and I thought you would have played the hash song.
You know what? I didn't download the video yet.
Oh,
I didn't make the video yet, right?
Right.
I got ball of cheese. We can play ball of cheese. I think we played it last week, though.
I think you did because you got that idea off PJ Green.
Yes, because she made a ball of cheese. She made about it. Okay, so let's listen to this song, and then we'll come back and we'll you know.
All right.
I did this because I was trying to hear what a saxophone, what I could do with a sax.
Low glow in the lab, white coat, dark shades, beakers on the table, signs on parade. I pull it from the plant, drop it in the vial, charting every change, every little smile. CB1, CB2, talking to your brain, sliding to your system. You never feel the same cannabinoid groove, sliding through your veins, so smooth. From your head to your shoes, every little cell approves. Cannabinoid groove, body talking back in truth. Let it all line up and move to that cannabinoid groove. Cannabinoid groove. Got a map of your nerves laid out on the wall. Lock meets key, now the dominoes fall. Pain takes a seat, worry drifts aside. Tiny little molecules taking you for a ride. Cannabinoid groove, sliding through your vein, so smooth from your head to your shoes. Every little cell approves. Cannabinoid groove, body talking back in truth. Let it all line up and move to that cannabinoid groove. Cannabinoid groove. Up in smoke or undertone, either way that signal spun. Tiny switch flips your mood, turn a static into attitude. Heart slows down, thoughts get wide. All your edges soften on the
There you go. Good stuff.
Yeah, I like that one. I was just looking for that. I can't pull it up right now. I guess I can. I'm gonna post a link to a a new podcast that Al and I have just started doing. And it's basically music. And I'm going to post the link as soon as I stop moving. Okay. Yeah, and we'll be adding music as time goes on. And if you want to follow along,
Cannabis tunes.
music by Al.
And there's 3 of us involved in it. 3 Al's.
Well, technically one is not an Al, but
Yeah, I know that. My name's Al, not AI.
yeah, so we'll be adding new songs. Al's gonna do some, and I'm gonna do some more. And there's 13 right now, and every time if you follow the podcast on YouTube, then every time we put a new song up, you'll be able to get an alert. You can also join our YouTube channel.
Yeah, and our playlists are on our website as well.
They're going to be everywhere, including Facebook.
Yeah, Facebook seems to be having issues lately.
Well, like I said, they're introducing AI into the fold completely now. And you're going to see a lot of quirks, right? Because, AI isn't perfect. And in fact, if you go to ChatGTP, it says right on the front fucking page that you got to be careful because sometimes AI makes a mistake, right?
Yeah.
So just know that going in. But AI is here to stay, and the movie industry has been using it for many years already. And now we get a whack at it. So it's going to be interesting to see what kind of stuff. Like we were talking about earlier, a lot of people are not for it.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Which is fine. I'm gonna like I said earlier, it's a tool. Just like Photoshop was when I was in college. It was one of the first things that they taught us how to use to manipulate photos.
Yes.
And people said, "Oh no, don't do that. You want the raw picture? Go into the green or go into the dark room and produce your pictures and use your chemicals and stuff like that." I know how to do all that shit. I've been doing it since I was a kid. I've been manipulating photos and doing graphic arts for 40 years, if not longer, probably closer to 50. Why is it wrong for me to use another tool that I have found that I enjoy trying to figure out and use? Right? I'm not faking anybody out. I'm not saying, here's a song by Billie Eilish. Do you know what I mean? I'm not doing that.
Yeah, well, no, it's made by Al.
It's made by Al.
Made
Correct.
by Al. Made by the Als.
I've probably done over 150.
Have you?
I've deleted probably as much.
Right. I haven't downloaded any.
I've got it on my phone. I put ChatGPT on my phone last night as well.
Did you?
Yeah, I need some conversation every now and then.
Yeah, well,
I updated. Do you have an Alexa? No, thank you, Alexa. Go away. I've upgraded my Alexa to Alexa 2, right? And it's more conversational. The voices are different. But it's more conversation. She'll actually engage you in conversation. You have to start the conversation, but she'll actually engage you now and can continue the conversation. Whereas before the upgrade, You'd ask it to do something. It would do something. You'd say thank you, no problem, and that's it. You know.
Yeah.
Do you guys have one?
No.
You're really lagged, buddy.
I don't have
Watch
checks.
Al, 1 cent at a time. Waiting for your response, buddy.
Okay. Waiting for. Oh, well, okay. You're gonna have to give me the question again.
Oh, what? Sorry, what did you say?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, what do we got next?
What do we got next? What have we got next? I haven't got anything in front of me on the entertainment. We did the entertainment with Bob Weir.
Can we? Yeah,
I have a
got
song.
one-
I have a song.
got
I have
another-
a song that I created lying there.
You what?
I have a song.
You have a song, so put it on. Bring it up.
Yeah,
but I just want to say
what
before
I'm
you
gonna
start
do is
it-
I'm gonna share screen. Go ahead.
I wanted to make a mention. Last night, I watched the new Anaconda with Jack Black and Paul Rudd.
Oh, okay. It's a snake movie.
Yeah, it's more of a comedy than the one with J Lo and Ice-T, not Ice-T, Ice Cube.
Yeah.
It wasn't bad. It was funny. I like Jack Black. There are a few cameos in it. I won't say who, but I'm sure you can figure it out. It was entertaining. It was, a couple of bowls and some chips and
Yeah.
sat there
I
and
haven't
watched.
watched any movies. I tend to fall asleep too quickly.
Gail is the TV watcher, right?
Yes. She likes follow series. She's watching Grey's Anatomy again. Watching it on Netflix. She's watched it in the past when she watched it on terrestrial TV. Now she's watching it on Netflix and getting all that stuff from the beginning again. Oh yeah, right. I forgot about all that. So on.
Tell her to have a look at The Pit. Start at the first season. The second season's just started last week.
Yeah, she's
Noah Wiley from ER is the lead in it, and it's 24 hours. It's a shift at the Pittsburgh hospital. The Pit.
And what's the name of the show again?
The Pit. Noah Wiley is in it. The Pit.
The Pit.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it on Netflix or on Prime?
No, it's on Prime, but you have to have Crave. So it's on Crave.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we don't have Crave.
It'll be on Prime eventually.
No, yeah.
Like on regular Prime.
Right.
But I saw the first episode the other day, and it was, pretty good. I hate spoilers, so I'm not saying anything.
Yeah.
Did you load up what you wanted to load?
Yeah, it's on I got it on the share screen here. I couldn't bring it up like you because I haven't downloaded it, so I'm just going to do the share screen from Sony.
Oh, I could have downloaded it. I would have, except for you haven't put them up yet.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I'll bring it up here. You can see here. Here's the name of the song, "Patience Over Profits," and here we go.
Clipboards, sneakers, Green leaf pins on our shirt, waiting at the crosswalk, counting out the hurt, name tags, diagnosis, stories written on our skin. They call it a crime, call it medicine. We walk for our medicine, feet on the ground like a heartbeat rhythm. Patience teaching, patience again. Pass that truth like a torch in the wind. We walk for our medicine, risk on our backs, but we still step in. If care is a crime, then here we are again. Kitchen tables, late nights, printed studies, highlighted lines, grandma's hand shaking, but she still reads every sign. Ask me why I'm here on cardboard in a grip. They threatened her freedom, she tightened her fist. We walk for our medicine, feet on the ground like a heartbeat rhythm. Patience teaching, patience again. Pass that truth like a torch in the wind. We walk for our medicine, risk on our backs, but we still step in. If care is a crime, then here we are again. Hands up, sleeves roll, scars out, stories told. Arrest us for healing. Say it loud, say it bold. White coats watching, but the waiting room's a street. We bring the clinic to the car. We walk for our medicine, feet on the ground like a heartbeat rhythm. Patience teaching, patience again. Pass that truth like a torch in the wind. We walk for our medicine, risk on our backs, but we still step in. If care is a crime, then here we are again.
It is done. There you go. That is Prophet's
over
There you go.
patients and prompts I put in about cannabis advocacy, the stuff that we were doing, that we were marching, and people were at risk of arrest, and patients were educating other people, and so on and so forth. And it came up with its lyrics, and I went in and adjusted where I thought it needed adjusting, and in the end, there's the song. Thanks, Melissa. Really appreciate that. I've got I've got a couple other songs, and one in particular is based on the advocacy work. Some of the advocacy work that we did with Treating Yourself magazine, and what I did is I went into my files and pulled out the first article that I wrote for Treating Yourself, and that was from attending the Toronto Home and Garden Show in Malton, up near the airport, the International Center. And so the song is about dealing with TY and seeing patients, talking to the people in the public, and all that stuff. So probably what I'm going to do going forward is take more of the articles that I wrote and see what I can turn into music. Yeah. So
I write on the fly. I wrote one about Buster, which I have not played because it's a tearjerker, and my sister got really upset with me that I gave it to her in the morning.
I listened to it. That was enough for me. Yeah. It was. It was.
I like it. I listen to it all the time. It took me a few days to stop crying, but I mean, it's in the mix now. I'll play it eventually, but it's
songwriters, and I am not a songwriter. But songwriters.
Neither am I. But I mean, I've written things before, and I have stuff that could be turned into songs. Yes,
and musicians and stuff, they quite often write about their experiences, life experience.
Well, this Buster, my boy, is my journey with my dog, and right into keeping him around for a little while using cannabis, and that it's the truth, right? So what I did was I put in the lyrics that I had come up with and chose the style and the music and all that, and I just let it go. A lot of people don't like that, right? Well, I mean, artists are artists, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
But could I make something like that myself? You're fucking right, I could. I've got all the equipment and I've got all the software to do it myself. But I enjoy creating things by other means, So yeah, it's all new. Eventually, we won't even be talking about it. We'll just play.
Correct. Before you know it, it'll become the synthesizer. Well, not only the synthesizer, but I see on these shows like America's Got Talent stuff where loopers come on, and one person will stand there, he'll start making noise, and that gets recorded. He makes something else, that gets added to it, and he does something else, and next thing you know, it sounds like there's a band up there playing, but it's just one guy, and he's made all these noise and starts singing to it all.
Ed Sheeran's made a career out of it.
Yeah.
Sampling, and lots of other bands have as well. Musicians use sampling all the time, and some do it very well, and some don't. I mean, like I said, I've done I've made up a lot of stuff, but most of it's crap.
Yeah, I've deleted some stuff.
It's like all my podcasts for the last 22 years. Some are really good and some are crap.
The first ones I made, I didn't have a clue what I was doing.
Yeah,
And
of course.
I put words in the style, but I didn't put any words in the lyrics, and I made the song. And those words that I put in for the style become the song, right?
I've done that. Yes. I put in lyrics when I was supposed to. You got two settings. You got simple and you got advanced. And in the advanced, you can change your instruments. You can add your instruments. You can sing along, and the instrument will play what you sing. Things like that.
Yeah.
But what did you say again?
DRML, current recent memory loss. That's something that we always talk about when we were like 13.
I don't. Yeah, it just goes. It goes right. It's like listeners; they just leave.
Viewers, yeah, come and go. It's funny. You watch the numbers. Yeah,
I can't even remember what I was saying now.
We were talking about making music, but yeah, that happens. That's the shiny object over there. Sometimes is just a distraction. And next thing you know, you're driving off through the ditch.
It could also be the gram of hash I've just smoked during the show, Al.
Yeah.
Could be.
Did you smoke it all?
No, I haven't smoked it all. No. So almost.
Yeah. I'm now dabbing some Bubba Gelato.
Ooh, I like that. I've had that before. I've got that on the res.
Oh yeah. No, I grew some. Then I squished it. And yeah.
No, you gave me some of that.
Probably, yes.
Yeah, that's where I had it. You gave me some.
When you were here.
Yeah.
When were you here?
First week in August, I think it was.
Oh.
I think so.
Was it?
Yeah, it's end of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then
First week in
August. It wouldn't have been the Bubba Gelato I gave you.
It was the last week of. It was the last week of July that I came down. Was it July? No, it was May. I don't know. I don't
I don't remember, right? I see that Melissa has mentioned ultra sour in the bowl. So I'm assuming it's an ultra sour is a strain and smoking herb in a pipe. We'll see.
She's got pot in a bowl.
That's what I think it is. That's what she's smoking.
I've had
we're talking about
diesel.
what we're smoking, right? So that's what I'm gonna say. That's what she's smoking.
I think that since we're talking about what we're smoking, as we head out, I have another song.
Okay.
I'm gonna get rid of this one. We'll play that another time. I made a song basically to make a segment for what are you smoking? What you're smoking. So
I see Melissa has responded with what she is smoking, and she's doing what we've done, mixing her cannabis.
Yeah.
And smoking it. Yeah.
I do that every day.
She's mixing a combo of sour diesel with MK Ultra in a bomb.
Ooh, two great strains.
Both sativas.
I can't do bongs anymore, but I can do a pipe. That's about it.
Yeah. Well, what about my little bong? I've got mine's just a little bong. I understand what you mean by these fucking big bongs. Like,
No, I can't even use the
I haven't hit
drop.
my TY bong in a while. See,
that's the one you have the case for.
I can put an e-nail on it, or I can use herb in it.
Is that the one you have the big case for?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a dovetail and wooden case with black velvet padding on the inside.
Sour Diesel's a good one. It works for pain for me. Works different for everybody.
Yes. Yeah. And when you find something that works, you want to hold on to it. That's why I've got my strain for 15 years.
I can smoke a sativa and go fucking crash. Where somebody else will smoke the same strain and they'll be up for hours just doing stuff.
Dale knows when I've been smoking straight sativas.
Well, it's the ADHD because of my my dopamine levels are different. Sometimes a sativa will act like an indica. For instance, also like tea in the evening, most people caffeine will keep them up. They can't sleep. Tea knocks me out at night, and that's
really?
Yeah, it's something that
So you won't drink it through the day then?
I drink tea all the time.
Oh, so
water and tea. I don't drink much pop. I don't drink juice. I just water and tea. I like a nice tea. I like tea.
I'm a water person.
I like water too, but sometimes I get sick of the taste of water. The water coming, and I've said this many times, the water that comes out of my tap is right from Lake Superior. It's always cold, like fridge cold. And every now and then we have to boil though, because
You see, Melissa has a coffee before she goes to bed, puts her out like a light.
Yep. That's the caffeine, and it reacts differently with somebody with ADHD.
Well, yeah. Well, I don't drink coffee, so I don't know.
Drink coffee. I only drink tea. I don't
even drink tea.
Coffee. I don't like the taste. You don't drink tea either? You're weird, Al.
No, I don't even drink tea. I drink water 95% of the time. I have a juice for breakfast.
I like really cold water.
And then I don't mind.
Which is not good for you, apparently.
Right. Room temperature, it's easier for your body to absorb.
Yeah. Or warm.
Well, I switched to basically straight water when I was diagnosed with my Crohn's. So, and I like one of the Crohn's groups I'm in on Facebook. Someone asked for an alternative drink that they could do that instead of an energy drink, and I said water.
I won't drink.
A lot of people agreed with me because there's nothing there that's gonna.
No, I don't like the energy drinks. They are drinking. If you enjoy drinking bull piss, you go right ahead. And another thing, I'm getting sick of that fucking Red Bull commercial. Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah,
you're fucking right. It's gonna put you in the goddamn grave.
Well, something that's advertising that's getting you stoned or high, wired out, let's say, on caffeine, that you can just buy in the grocery store or at the gas station, the little label on it that's warning you, and you can't buy CBD products at a pharmacy now because they dropped the regulatory process.
Yep.
So blow up your heart for sure. That's right, Melissa. Yeah.
I've never had one, but I know the kids drink them up here all the time. The Monster drinks and all that, and I'm like,
Monster. There's something called Energy Star, a little weed, little weed
the
one.
Closest I will get to is a Gatorade.
Yeah, Gatorade, and which is usually when I'm going through a colonoscopy. Powerade
Yeah.
and Gatorade, because they want you to drink those to keep your electrolytes up while you're going through that process of dumping your guts.
Really, the only
Your
time
body.
the only thing I was allowed to drink was fucking apple juice and water.
Well,
They gave me shit when I went because I had an orange juice. When I went for surgery for my shoulder, I showed up. I hadn't had anything to eat. I had an orange juice, a pulp-free orange juice. And they hummed and hawed after I told them that. The doctor got really pissy with me and hummed and hawed. And you're not supposed to have anything, he said. I said, it said right in the leaflet I could have juice. He said, yes, apple juice. It said juice.
This says juice, yeah.
This says juice. So I had juice. I'm diabetic. I needed juice. Then they left me sitting there for 3 hours while they fucking talked about it and made a decision whether or not they were going to actually do the surgery, because now I had stuff in my stomach.
Right. Yeah.
They did do it. And I didn't throw up. I didn't gag. I didn't die.
Yeah. Well, I know for several years, my paperwork from my specialist, he allowed me to drink Ensure. So
Really?
that helped. That helped with the nutrition that you're missing from not being able to eat. So yeah. Now I see Melissa's commented again. She says that she used a caffeine supplement and didn't sleep for 3 days. So would a caffeine supplement be different than drinking the coffee? Because no, coffee puts it. Yeah, coffee. She says coffee in a puff puts it to bed before. Caffeine.
I know. I've tried those.
Yeah.
You know,
Water. Good old H2O.
Yes, water. In my case, Lake Superior water.
Mine's out of the well. Mine comes out of the ground here.
Mine comes out of the ground too, but it's via the lake.
No, just straight old water. Comes out of the ground, out of the well. It's hard water, so we have a softener here.
Truck stops have a lot of those, Melissa. They have a lot of different supplements you can get. You go into the truck stop.
Yeah.
For the drivers.
Yeah. All right. You got anything else you want to discuss, or are we discussed out for this week?
I think we're discussed out this week, and we should listen to this song, and I should go and have a nap.
All right. So once the song is done, I will end the broadcast.
All righty, and we will see you next week. Enjoy.
All right. See you next week. Bye bye. See you, Melissa. Thanks for participating.
Sing it on, yo. Ashtray halo on the coffee table. Laugh lines deeper than the midnight cable. Light a flick, little crack in the dark. You pass that grin, I catch that spark. What are you smoking? What are you smoking? Got that grin so wide, slow motion. What are you smoking? What are you smoking? Whole room sways like a slow blue ocean. Box humming, vinyl groove skipping, you two-stepping crooked, but the drip still dripping. Couch guy gravity, we sink right in. You tell that joke, I choke from the spin. Woo-hoo. What are you smoking? What are you smoking? Got that grin so wide, eyes on motion. What are you smoking? What are you smoking? Whole room sways like a slow blue ocean. You roll
roll that trouble up nice and neat. Talk big plans with your socked up feet. Same old stories, brand new side. Same four walls, whole world inside.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find 420pace.ca.
Stay tuned.
Used to wake up stuck in grayscale. Same four walls, same still air. Brain like a TV stuck on static. Couch my kingdom vacant still. Then a friend said, man, try something. Brown back porch, half a moon. Bit the stem, laughed at nothing. Suddenly colors filled the room. Weed and mushrooms made my depression walk out the door. Left its keys on the table. Said I don't live here anymore. I shook hands with all my monsters and watched them melt right into the floor. Weed and mushrooms made my depression walk out the door. Heartbeat drumming in my ribcage. Floorboards breathing with my feet. Every shadow started dancing to a rhythm under the street. Saw my scars turn into rivers flowing out beyond the blame. Took a toe, took off the armor, heard my own voice say my name. Weed and mushrooms made my depression walk out the door. Left his keys on the table, said I don't live here anymore. I shook hands with all my monsters and watched them melt right into the floor. Weed and mushrooms made my depression walk out the door. Yeah, I talked with the ceiling. Said I've been down here too long. Then the lamp turned to a lighthouse, flashing out a 4-note song. Oh, yeah. I was barefoot in the backyard, every heartbeat on the one. Laughed so hard I broke the handcuffs, felt my body weight like lead.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're listening. That.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment for Tuesday, January 13th, 2026. It is so strange saying 2026.
For 2 weeks in a row, you've done a very great job.
Yeah, because I keep saying 2026, 2026, 2026. But I get it. I get it. Oh, how are you doing on this awesome Tuesday?
I'm doing pretty darn tootin' good, to be honest. It's been an incredible few weeks. This week has been beautiful. It's days like this that remind me that I am blessed and honored to be able to do what I do. It's just incredible. How are you?
I'd repeat what you just said, but you said it already. So I'm going to say frickin' awesome.
So after today, you'll be taking a couple of weeks off, and we might have a live one or record it one in there with Steve and I, but if not, we are going to play a couple of reruns because on Monday, you're taking off for Mexico.
I am flying down to Mexico for 10 days. I'm going to go to Tepoztlan. I'm going to say hi to Gareth and my buddy Alex down there. And hopefully go get a cacao from the place that you've recommended, which was?
Oh, it's just called the Cacao Cafe. It's such a beautiful place. And actually up the road from the Cacao Cafe is one of my favorite cannabis dispensaries in Tepoztlan, just so you know.
Well, we just may visit. You never know.
Yeah, Tepoztlan is a beautiful area. What's that?
For sure, I'll get a cacao.
Oh, for sure, you'll get a cacao. Absolutely. It's a beautiful little town. You're going to absolutely love it there. I recommend it to so many people every day. I spent 3 weeks there, and I would desperately love to go back and just spend more time there. As of the rest of Mexico, it's just beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. And hopefully you'll be there and on the weekend and get to partake of the beautiful market that is part of Tepoztlan. It's just an incredible area. I know you're going to fall in love when you're down there. And give Gareth a big, 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 huge, massive hug for me. I miss that man.
I will.
Yeah.
I'll even give one to Blair for you.
Oh yes, and Millie, sweet, sweet, sweet Millie. Yeah.
I'll be cuddling Millie up like she's Chica. I'll be missing Chica. Come on, baby.
Oh yeah. Millie will be your replacement. Yeah.
I don't know you.
She's awesome.
And then I'm going off to the mountains to go to Huatla de Jimenez, the home of Maria Sabina, to do a couple of journeys with a traditional facilitator. I'll say more later. I don't actually know much about it. This has been gifted to me, and I'm just leaving it sitting in the gift basket for now to be completely surprised.
I think that's amazing. I think that's awesome. It's beautiful that your friend is bringing you down to visit her in what's now her home, and you get to go do those things that we love. I think that's just absolutely spectacular. I'm so excited for you. And, you're going to Tepoztlan. It's taking every ounce of willpower I have to not make my way out to BC and hide in your suitcase.
It's okay. I'll send you videos.
Yeah, I know.
Look what you're missing.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my. Oh well. Just to share some exciting things that are going on here in Nova Scotia. A few, probably about what, 2 months ago, a month and a half ago, I had the honor of being part of a speaker series here in Nova Scotia with the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society. It was a lot of fun, very nerve-wracking, and actually very healing because, it brought me back to the triggers going back to my childhood of the fear, which is going to lead into our guest, but I want to tell this whole story. The fear that I used to feel as a child when we had to get up and speak in front of class or read in front of class, or we had that class of, when they taught you how to speak in front of class, and you had to like make a speech and do cue cards and the whole thing. Oh my God, I used to get the heebie-jeebies. So, in my adult life, as I've been offered different times to speak, I would grab them, and I flailed at them almost every time. And so when I was asked to go speaking this time, it was very healing for me. I got up and I did a pretty damn good job. Thank you very much. So Thursday, Thursday night, I get to MC the next speaker series, and I just want to do a little plug for the board that I sit on. Of course, I sit on the board of the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society, and Thursday night we are hosting Michael Garrison, who is coming to speak about psychedelics and palliative care here in Canada. He is a palliative care nurse, and he just finished the which program did he take? He took the Vital psychedelic facilitator program, and he's really excited to see how the two can meld together and how he can help people in palliative care with psychedelics. So he's giving a wonderful talk on Thursday night. So if you are in or near Halifax and have nothing to do Thursday night, come on down to the Halifax Regional Library in the BMO room and have a listen to Michael and all of the information that he's going to be there sharing. And if you can't make it, we will have it online, and we will be rebroadcasting it here on Pace Radio Network in the future as well.
Be there or be square.
Yeah. But going back to fear, a number of months ago, last summer, I had the opportunity to go study with two of the most amazing humans I've met. I get them right up there with Blair and Gareth, to be honest. The love and the compassion that these folks have while being there to support somebody in ceremony. So I had the honor of going to learn how to serve the beautiful medicine of Combo. They gifted me with this honor. And part of the honor is you have to sit in a ceremony where you do, Combo frequently in one ceremony. I believe they call it a 3x3. It's part of the learning and part of the graduation and the practicum. And I put fear in as my intention, with a lot more behind that not everybody needs to know. And I wanted to release fear, and I wanted to get rid of fear. And I don't think if I hadn't have done that with them in particular, I don't know if I would have gotten up and given that speech. So they were a very large part of it without even knowing it, being there with that, supporting me with that speech. And man, I could go on about these guys for a while. They're absolutely amazing. When you are doing the medicine of Combo, you become very vulnerable. For somebody like me, I have to, I get in the washroom, I purge top and bottom. And, I'm not a little lady. I'm a larger lady. I'm kind of, sometimes feel, awkward with my own body and whatnot. And these two made me feel nothing but love. They helped me stand up and face my fear. They helped me find my own courage and to face my teachings and to face my medicine. And every time I self-dose here in Nova Scotia, I feel them there with me, giving me strength and telling me that I can do it. So I'd like to introduce our guest today. They run Healing Spirits Combo. They work with the most amazing, beautiful frog medicine, helping people with this medicine. And, they teach people, that are prepared and ready to learn. And yeah, I don't know if you want to add anything to that. You can shut me up anytime.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podcast, Chris Jordan and Sarah Fraser. Good day.
Hi,
Hello.
guys.
Figured I'd
Welcome.
add a little levity after seeing almost this coming out. That was pretty emotional, pretty awesome. You can sure
Yeah.
tell how much it's done for you. That was awesome.
Yeah, well, Sarah in particular, not saying that Chris isn't good at this, but Sarah in particular has a heart about her that, she's got a way of helping you find your intentions and bring it out and find the warrior inside of you in such a loving and gentle way. So if anybody's looking for this medicine and you're in or around out in BC, these are the two really to get a hold of, like very, very, very kind and compassionate.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm grateful that I know you and that you've helped me learn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. Sarah is definitely more gentle than me. I can attest to that. Yeah, you did really good. You did really good, Cindy. It was a pleasure to work with you, and thank you for sharing what you just shared. And it was just an honor to be able to sit with people like yourself. That are so invested in growing. And when people are invested in growing in the way you are, that makes things a little bit easier for us on this end. So yeah.
Like we talk about building a relationship with Cambo or with other medicines, but ultimately it's always building a relationship that's deeper with ourselves, right? And those medicines are the tools that help us do that. Talk about coming into fear and facing that and realizing the stories around it. And, as we navigate through that, we just learn about different layers of ourselves. And so all comes back to us in the end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you go through a big ass kicking circle to come back to you again.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Here I am. Oh, but I'm not the same as I was.
Yeah. No matter where you go, there you are.
Yeah, it was funny when she got back from working with you guys. I did a session with her, and we hit a point. What was there? There was 3 or 4 minutes left, and you said there was like 18 minutes, and I was thinking there was 18 minutes left, and we'd just gone through 3 or 4. She's like, "Oh no, you only got like 4 minutes left, not 18 minutes more to go." Because I was sitting there thinking, "Oh man, that was a long 4 minutes."
Cambo time.
Cambo time. Yeah. Sometimes it's fast, but many times it's really slow.
Mine have all been pretty good, actually. I haven't had too many. Actually, not many of them have been very rough. They've just been what they really, really do every time I do it is it really makes me focus on my breath.
Mm-hmm.
It just brings me right to breath. Sit there, let go, breathe, let go, breathe. Just let it do what it does and just breathe and let it do.
Yeah. Our breath is the greatest tool that we have, and it's a tool that, often we forget about, when we're out there in the real world going through things and stuff, and we have, warning signs in our bodies when we get triggered, and we forget that we have our breath, and then people will, if they don't use your breath, you're more likely to respond or react, from an emotional place that's not logical, and create some things and stuff that aren't beneficial to our life, right?
Yeah.
Remember the breath.
Oh, mine is breathe, motherfucker, breathe. As soon as I find I'm going into struggle, I run that mantra. Breathe, motherfucker, breathe. It makes me laugh. As soon as I laugh, I'm breathing.
Mm-hmm.
And I've passed that on to quite a few people that I met along the pathway, that you just see the first thing that happens is they stop breathing and you see them struggling. It's just breathe, motherfucker, breathe.
Yeah. And the best thing about breathing is it doesn't cost a damn thing.
No, it's free. And one of the I listen. I said it on one of our other podcasts. I listened to this shaman guy that was talking about the nuances of what is, what we require, and how if we don't eat, we can go sometimes months without without passing away. And with water, you can go weeks. But with breath, it's minutes. And he talked about how the first thing you lose when you lose breath is consciousness. You don't die right away, you lose consciousness. And in that aspect, it's like, oh, because it's our connection to consciousness. And I find in my own struggles, if I get triggered, that's a great one. If I get triggered, the first thing that happens, the cortisol, the dopamine, less oxygen to the brain struggling, it's not thinking properly. And, it's like I'm starting to recognize my pattern, or I've been able to observe my pattern. And I immediately, that's where I go, breathe, motherfucker, breathe. And the brain goes, oh, thank you. You can't short that sucker of oxygen. It kind of requires it to process properly.
Kind of. to say it lightly, yeah.
Yeah. So you guys were saying that you're getting ready to run a retreat soon.
Yeah. We got another ayahuasca retreat coming up at the end of the month. We're not the facilitators in that retreat, no. But we are helpers and organizers and the cooks and the cleaners.
Yeah,
and,
we wear a lot of hats.
Mhm.
We often offer Cambo during those ceremony weekends as well, to those that want to sit with it early in the day before sitting with the ayahuasca in the evening. So, yeah.
Mhm. Busy weekends.
Have you done this already a few times where you've facilitated the combo before?
Oh yeah, we do it.
What would be your percentage you would figure of the people that decide to do the combo as opposed to not do the combo?
Well, if there's 20 people joining the retreat, they'll usually be 7, 8.
Yeah, 7, 8 usually. Yeah.
Yeah. We usually will sit with it once, for sure once, sometimes twice. Because after we usually do the first day, then those people go around and share their experience, and people become curious and start asking questions. And some people sit twice. But yeah, it varies. Definitely varies, but
yeah, it's a big weekend with the Aya, to add the Cambo in, but there's definitely a lot of repeat community coming back, and some people just really feel like the Cambo opens them up a lot for a deeper experience with the ayahuascas. So, they'll often be regulars and sit 1 or 2 days on those retreat weekends, which is really nice. So, yeah.
When I was down in Puerto Morelos, I went to a place that was facilitating ayahuasca, and I did 5 journeys in 6 weeks there. But about halfway through, people started talking about having gone and done combo, and that was the first time I'd ever heard of it, actually.
Yeah.
And the ones that did spoke positively about the rest of their journeys that they did. Like you could tell that it made a difference in the journey. Kind of like when Cindy said, "Hey, I'm going out to do combo out in Ontario." There, it's like, "Huh? What are you here? Huh?"
These medicines definitely works. Yes, sorry. The spirits of these medicines definitely work synergistically together. We get a guy that comes to our retreats sometime who feels like it should be mandatory.
It's similar to when somebody really follows the diet properly too. It's just removing toxicity and having the body be an open channel. Cambo, synergizes with that as well and just helps to open the body up a lot more. So yeah,
well, it definitely helps to purge a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't purge puking or through the butt way, but man, I sweated like crazy. My very first round was like, ooh-wee. And this energy. I was just listening to myself speak. There was just, and I wasn't for anybody else because it wasn't loud. It was just There was a lot of purging that needed to come out. I guess stuff rattling in here that needed to come out and go in here to be organized. But it made a huge difference in my life.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was the weekend that we spent a weekend in Ontario and did the 3-day purge with Combo, and we did Sononga ahead of Combo each day, and then we were offered Hape while we were in Combo. Steve did Hape in Combo. I didn't. I waited until after. So when he sat with Hape during his ceremony, I sat with it so I was an hour after my Combo. And it was incredible. I asked the medicine for an introduction, and it gave me an introduction. The first day was very much like most of Steve's trips for me. The second day, I was so very politely purged, vomited, purged once, and it was just very gentle and very kind. And then day three, I got my education. I don't think I could, I could sweat. I never thought that I could sweat that much. I'm pretty sure I left a lake on the floor from the sweat. And it's when I was introduced to my favorite position on Combo, which is in the bathroom on the toilet with a bucket on my lap.
Mm-hmm.
And I loved having the cold wall, and it was just that's been my trip ever since. I don't think I've had. I think I've had 2 times that I haven't ended up heavily purging. Now I've been, serving Combo since you guys taught me, since I got home. I've actually been quite busy with that particular medicine, which has been, again, an honor and a blessing. And I'm enjoying creating my own stats in my head and observing and learning from my participants that, of all the different ways that people can purge.
Mm, yeah.
And the lessons have been absolutely wonderful. And I think of you guys almost every time that I serve. I mean, I even had somebody who passes out, and she passed out for me so graciously. So I was able to learn how to keep her sat up and, help her and wake her up, and how to stay calm while I'm helping her. And without your teachings, I never would have done that.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. Just feeling confident, to maintain safety practices for all your clients. And yeah, there's a lot of different potentials and scenarios that can happen with Cambo. So the training aspect of it, the most important part is, getting the safety factors dialed in and the understanding of that.
Yeah, and then we see different scenarios while we're, on the field, so to speak, right? We can practice and we can go through the training and stuff, but we have to always be open to still learning, and we learn a lot sitting with people. Yeah, definitely learn a lot, because that's where the practice comes into play.
Yeah.
Good.
One of the biggest miracles you guys have encountered since you've started working with the medicine.
Oh man. So we've expanded quite a bit outside of Cambo, but with Cambo in this. And so we've been working with people that have addiction struggles. And we have a program that we've recently started, and we call it Full Spectrum Recovery. Recovery is something that, I guess, what's offered out there in the world when you go to the detox centers and the rehabs and stuff, is abstinent, how to stay clean, how to stay clean and sober. But oftentimes, people become clean off the drugs, but there's so many other toxic things like food. And I say that like food because it's the one that's the most common with people, where the food aspect, toxic food more particularly, becomes, somewhat of a struggle. And then the other thing is like revitalizing our total health, right? So I'm going to talk about a gentleman named Dylan, and he wouldn't mind me saying his name on here. He also comes to ayahuasca sometimes. But at our last ayahuasca retreat, we brought him back with us to assist him in changing his health. So he's worked with Cambo numerous times while he's been here, as well as some 5-MeO. And we've taught him how to eat in a way that's going to be more beneficial to his health. And then we've taught him how to, it's more Sarah than me, but I'll say we, weight train, you know, and just totally like recover everything to do with his health. He came to us, he was weighing almost 250 pounds.
Yeah, so blood sugar dysregulation, you know, sitting on the cusp of could be a type 2 diabetes candidate, you know, muscle to body fat ratio very much out of balance, so challenges there, and just a lifestyle with understanding that was perpetuating more of that, right? So to come and take somebody, you know, post ceremony and be able to guide them while they're in that space where their brain's really pliable and ready for new programming was just, you know, beautiful and perfect timing, so synergistic. And we were able to teach these major lifestyle changes, you know, to somebody who, you know, kudos to him because he really leaned into it and stepped up to the challenges that we would present. You know, there was big shifts and changes from what he would normally eat to what he was going to eat. And he always, you know, leaned into it and, you know, definitely got the benefits from it. So, yeah.
Yeah, when he left last weekend, like he was down 49 pounds.
Yeah, muscle tissue gone
up.
Eyes clear, skin bright, just looking really healthy. And, you know, he had, I think, nearly 95 days the day he went into his job clean, clear, sober, longest he'd been sober since he was about 13 years old. That's huge. Yeah. So.
Yeah. And each time he sat with the medicine, like, you know, you can see there was even more shifts and changes. You know.
Yeah.
You know, but
he's integrating it. He's actually integrating it. The important part.
Yeah. I mean, healing is one thing, right? But then are we gonna, you know, stay in our lifestyle, get in a better lifestyle, adopt a better lifestyle? You know, I was thinking about this morning. I see it all the time. You know, especially we go to sweat lodge lots, and we're lucky that we go to sweat lodges that are really good. And but oftentimes, many years ago, when I would go to these sweat lodges, we would, you know, sit 5 rounds in the sweat lodge, and then afterwards they would hand out toxic food to everybody. There'd be potato chips, there'd be Pepsi, and things like that, right? After we're just cleansing and purifying, and then we're gonna just put more stuff in our body, right? So yeah, there's so many aspects of health that I feel people are missing, and it's not their fault. They're just doing what they were following, what they've been taught over the years. You know, we're lucky, especially in the ayahuasca community, that we're so blessed to be in. You know, the whole weekend we're there is all about, you know, keeping our bodies clean. You know, we stick with the ayahuasca diet. We don't go outside of that in any way, shape, or form. But if people can really bring that lifestyle aspect into their healing journey, you know, more shifts and changes definitely happen in profound ways. It's almost like they accelerate. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the difference between going on a diet and finding a lifestyle, right? So it's like we can do some things that help us for a period of time, but if it's not sustainable, it's not successful, right? So like the goal, the objective is to lead people into lifestyle changes that are going to last. This is not, we're doing it for a period of time. This is something that we're going to continue. And as we go along, we're going to expand on it, right? Bite-sized pieces, accumulating more and more things as we go to help support that. major shift and change in lifestyle. So yeah.
That's what part of the biggest part of integration is integrating it into your lifestyle and making it become a part of who you are and where you're going. It's been the hardest part for me because I do that, grab it for a little while and drop it, grab it for a little while, drop it. But, as I've taken the time to integrate. But I'm getting pointed at that we're at the 30-minute mark. The 30-minute mark. And it's time for us to take a station break. So we'll be right back after this station break. Hang with us.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. And look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Welcome back to the Mushy Moment for Tuesday, January 13th with Chris Jordan and Sarah Fraser from Healing Spirits Cambo. And we're back.
I love that voice.
Sorry, I got a text from my kid's school, or from my kid when she was at school, and can you come pick me up? And so nothing major. They had curling this afternoon, and I didn't sign the form, so she was just going to be not getting to go to curling. So she just wants us to come pick her up. So right after we get off here, we're going to go pick her up.
We'll pick up the baby girl.
What, you didn't sign for her to go curling?
No, I was away, and she didn't bring it to my attention purposely. You know, you get so many emails from everywhere, and so like I naturally just miss emails. But she'll bring it to my attention if it's important to her and she wants to do something. She'll be like bringing it to my attention. But she didn't tell me about this email till this morning. So
I think you got hustled.
Yeah, that sounds like a hustle to me.
Oh yeah, she's a hustler, just like Sarah.
That's funny.
Sarah, I know, just like her dad.
She gets it from her dad, yes. Yeah.
So, your school, it first became like the education that you guys offer first became, I learned about it when we had you guys on the show here, about a year or so ago. And I had been doing some studying with a couple of people up to that point in time. I became very interested. And you guys offered an online self-facilitation course. Do you have any more of those coming up? I get asked that from time to time. I send people to your site, but
Yeah, right now I'm updating the website to show the education portion of it and what we offer. And yes, we will have one coming up soon. I imagine March, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine March. It's a 3-day self-dose course. We like people to have a sitter, especially for the last day when they do their self-dose. They'll do the self-dose on video. So we'll go over the books that we created the first 2 days and do some
It's a hands-on. It's very
hands-on. Yeah, it's very hands-on.
Yeah, there's a
We do some hands-on stuff for the first 2 days. About how many hours? 5 hours each day.
5 hours each day.
5 hours each day, and then the third day they do their self-dose in the morning with a sitter. They record it, send us the videos, and then we connect later on that day and go over their self-dose.
Yeah, it was a really cool format, actually. It was nice to connect with people that way, in that space, and everybody's kind of comfy at their own home or wherever they choose to set up for it. Yeah, I like that aspect.
Yeah, so March.
How many people have you had come through so far in doing it? The online aspect, like how many have you done, and how many?
We've only done the one so far. Yeah. And it's just we put it out on social media, just to kind of see. Again, like I said, I'm behind on the website. That's sort of my project, and trying to juggle and balance everything in. But just being in that place of trust and surrender, like things are unfolding as they're supposed to unfold. And we get people reaching out to us all the time. It's just a matter of balancing it and fitting it in. So yeah, we were just talking about that a couple of weeks ago about setting up dates for the next course.
Yeah, I think we're more planned this year ahead than ever before.
Wow.
Scheduled out.
Yeah, well, we don't just accept anybody, right? So we want people to have experience and have already created a relationship with the medicine by sitting with it,
Yeah.
Yeah, and then that would be the self-dose course would usually be the first step before a practitioner course, especially if they've only sat one time, right, or 2 times, right? And it's not something that we're gonna just like I did with you, Cindy. Is I had an interview with you or get talk to make sure that it's the right thing to do, right?
Yep.
Safety is always the number one priority.
Yeah. And as somebody who's done the work with Sarah and Chris, I've seen how they teach, and that was something that we went over every day during working together was safety procedures, and making sure every time we went through the steps, when I went through the self-dose or when I went through serving, making sure I had the safety steps and had them memorized, and they gave me a great way of following myself as I serve somebody. And it's nice to have those notes and have something to reflect back to make sure that when you are in service to somebody, you really have it down pat.
Yeah, we make the cue cards.
The cue cards, they rock. Yeah. And because I did end up with everybody I served, I had to reach out to Chris and Sarah the other day because I served somebody who did something that I wasn't expecting at all. And just to give Chris some kudos there, he knew exactly what was up. Oh, that happened. this is the issue. And, found out that, he hit the nail like perfectly on the head. It was, your medicine. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's experience, I guess,
Reps.
Lots of reps, right? We've,
Yeah.
Have many applications of medicine, probably around 850 different applications now.
That was the next question I was going to ask.
Yeah, with different people. So we've seen everything.
Now, when you say application, that's not amount of doses on the arm. That's just per person?
No, that's just people, right? So if we had 8 people in the ceremony, that's 8 applications of medicine.
Wow.
Yeah. And then that doesn't include self-dosing, which I'm probably at about, 350 there.
Yeah.
So when you say self-dosing, are you doing, like each of you is doing your own self, or do you actually facilitate for each other when you're doing that?
Well, so it's somewhat unique, right? Like before we were in each other's lives, we would just sit there like self-dose on our own, right? I'd have a sitter, or if I didn't have a sitter available, I used to have other practitioners, in different parts of North America that we do it online, right? And so like we always want to be safe. So when we do that online thing, we let them know our address, we let them know the emergency number, and so on and so on and so on, right? But Sarah and I together, we will self-dose together. And I say self-dose because sometimes like Sarah will make my burns and stuff. And, but we're sitting there in our own space, in our own ceremony, and we do the medicine at the same time. We go through the same 20 minutes at the same time. We're purging at the same time. So yeah, it's but we do the intention setting and the integration part together. Oftentimes we do the integration part maybe later on at night or the next day because depending on the outcome, yeah, sometimes it's like I'm done my 20 minutes and she might be on the can and I'm like, Sarah, I'm going to lay down, so yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
How many times a week would you say that you do it, or a month?
Well, maybe the last few months because we've been so busy that we haven't. But typically once a month. If we have an Aya ceremony coming up, we try to sit 3 times the week prior to the ceremony. Yeah. And it's like, we're juggling, right? Because we have another couple businesses. Sarah has her personal training clients, and so we got a child, and so there's a lot of stuff going on. But we do our best.
Yeah.
If we don't sit 3 times, we'll sit once at least for sure. Usually a big dose.
And then sometimes one or the both of us will just know it's time to sit.
Just that intuitive.
Start right out, I might cancel a morning or something like that. And it's like, okay, it's time to sit. Yeah. So.
Now, what would inspire that moment of no time to sit?
Things coming to the surface.
Yeah, things coming to the surface. There's usually just like an inner knowing of there's stuff to release, awareness around patterns maybe popping up. Can even just be morale, level of morale will oftentimes remind me to sit and get back into a space where, I'm more present, my mind's centered, focused on the here and the now, and, not letting past or future things determine how I'm feeling or what I'm experiencing, my perception of things. Kimbo's really good at bringing us back to present space, reminding us of gratitude, bringing us into our heart, and sometimes when life bubbles up, it's easy to get into that space where you're not there, you're not remembering that, you're out of heart space, you're way more up in your head. And yeah, we're not perfect. We just need to be reminded to be humble and keep coming back to heart like everybody else.
Now, is there things that would, because I'm just kind of relating it to how I utilize the HAP-A to level my brain out. There's some days where I go, oh no, I need a powerful one today because my brain is really struggling. Or there's sometimes I just need a light because I can feel one side running hot and it just needs to level. Where would you decide how many, or do you just do a standard amount each time? Like, how do you decide how much in the moment?
We basically meditate and connect with the spirit of the medicine. Yeah, and that gives us our answer. It's a part of the ceremony.
Yeah.
It's not usually something that we determine the night before the morning. It's like we sit down, we go through our process.
After the intentions, it'll surface typically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
A number just comes, really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Kembo is interesting in that way. Like, more isn't always more, less isn't always less. You know, the amount of dots, it's hard to say. You know, you can have 3 dots and a really intense experience with it, right? You can have 5 dots and maybe it's not as much as 3 events. So it's interesting in that way, but you always get what you need. Whether you know what you need or not, most times not.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yes, I can pretty much say that for every time I've done it, it hasn't been a lot, but I've gotten what I needed. Yes, I can say that.
Yeah.
Our first ceremonies, though, Steve, were probably our biggest. If I look back, the first ceremonies that we had with Ashley, I did 3, 5, and 6, and I don't think I've even come close to 6 since then. And you did 6, 7, and 8, I think.
6, 7.
6, 7.
That's right. You guys have a teenager.
We got a 14-year-old kid.
Yeah.
I don't even know what the heck that is, what it means, but
So 6, 7, right in the middle between 1 and 10 type thing. Yeah, it took me a long time of talking to my granddaughter to figure that one out. That's and watching her and her little friends. Right? What do you think of this? 6, 7.
I'm looking for a 10.
Yeah, I don't know. I came down the stairs one day and Vienna picks up her phone and records me and says, "Say 6, 7." And I said 6, 7, and then she giggled.
What is this
What's
all
this
about?
all about?
And now you're a meme somewhere.
Probably, yeah.
No, yeah, probably, yeah. Probably spread all over India. Dumb white guy, 6, 7.
I have no idea what it means, so now I'm going to have to do a deep dive and find out.
You deep dive and let us know, because I don't really know either. Anyways, back to the medicine. Sorry.
Now, I notice you have a page sitting in the background. What's that page there in the background you got, Cindy?
A what? Oh, Cindy.
What?
Down below, you have a page in the background. What is that one?
Down below, I have a page.
In the add to stage.
What? Where?
This one. It's up on the screen.
Oh,
now.
this. I was looking for it behind me. Yes, this is their webpage, Healing Spirits Combo.
Oh, hang on. Oh, you got it. I was going to scroll, but I can't. You got it.
You try and scroll though, my friend. Here, like you keep pretending, and I'll do it. So yeah, this is with just a ton of testimonials there. A little bit about the Métis, the legend. I guess we were featured on the Doctors, or Combo was featured on the Doctors, I should say. So that's really interesting. I didn't know that. I'm gonna have to go watch that later.
Yeah, watch that video. It's where I believe, if I remember correctly, they're talking about Campbell with people that are struggling with addiction symptoms.
Oh, wow. So yeah, and then here you can apply for ceremony. You can send some questions if you want, and you can get in touch with Chris here, a phone number and an email, and where they travel to. There's a little bit about Chris and Sarah on here. There's some of the effects and spiritual effects, physical effects, benefits, how it works. And there they are. Aren't they beautiful? So yeah, I mean, if you're interested, I even have, if I go to here, Steve, look at this. Healingcombo.com. Yeah. So you guys, if anybody is on the West Coast from Winnebago looking for combo, actually, or 5-MeO or personal training, as they said, they do have other knowledge as well.
Ayahuasca.
Or, if you want to know where some ayahuasca is, they might be able to help. Reach out to Chris and Sarah. They're very kind and compassionate and loving people. And I have watched them work, and I have been a participant for them as well during my training with them. I highly recommend them. Absolutely.
Thanks, Cindy.
Yeah.
Oh, no, thank you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. I've been lucky enough to sit with a few different practitioners over my time before I met you guys and came out to learn. One of the things that I have learned through my other educations with other medicines is to have a relationship with the medicine before you even attempt to learn to serve it. And I have been taught through 5-MeO actually to, have a certain number of different practitioners having at least one full release, and have had sat so many times at minimum over a 2-year period. And that's kind of how I've approached all the medicines once I learned that. So I think it's very important to have a good deep relationship with something before you learn how to sit in service with it.
Yeah. And the other thing is that my teacher Omar will say this. I remember being on a call with him, and if there was a few other participants there, and some of them were like, "Oh, I can't get any clients, and I'm struggling there." And his answer was, just keep sitting with the medicine. And the spirits of these medicines will bring the right people to us. Yeah. Self-dosing is very important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I completely agree with you. I mean, I keep sitting with the medicine. I should say I agree with Omar. And the medicine and the universe will bring the right people to sit with you. And one of the things I've learned via other people that have tried to come to specifically the Maritimes and be of service is to not rely on this work for bill payments.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very, very lucky that I'm a veteran, and VAC gives me, a pension, and that pays the bills. So I don't have to rely on any of my medicines to get those bills paid. And because of that, I think there's less pressure both on me and on the medicines. And we're just doing it for medicine reasons.
Yeah, that brings me back to just intention. If we're working with the medicine as just a way to make money, well, that's not being very intentional with the medicine. It's really about having the ability to help people that are going through challenging times, or having a hard time working things out in their own mind, struggling with the symptoms of depression or whatever it is that they're dealing with. Right. And so it's coming from our heart space as opposed to the egotistical places that, many people in the world operate in. Right. If people want to become wealthy and they just figure they're going to be a Cambo ceremony, Cambo's practitioner, I would say go do something else.
Yeah. I think with a lot of people that I've met down here, it's not that the money is why they got into it, but it's definitely a huge factor. We have to live. And, those intentions are unknowingly put into what they're doing. And I've been blessed with a very special situation where I don't have to. I'm very, very lucky. Receiving a veteran's pension, I can give nothing but my heart and soul to this medicine.
Mhm.
And combo has really blown my mind. I thought 5-MeO was going to be the medicine that showed up for me down here to be in service with. And I'm blowing my mind, like it's blowing my own mind, because combo has, really appeared to me here, and it's brought me a lot of people. And
Mhm.
I'm very blessed for that.
The right people too.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they really are.
Mm-hmm.
They really are.
Absolutely.
It's funny that it speaks a loving language with a bit of a punch.
Very much, yeah.
Amen. I used to be a football coach, and it was a good football coach. You know, a lot of the players really liked me, and one of the players that liked me has said, "You're good at giving us slugs, but you're also good at giving us hugs."
Mhm.
You know,
Oh, that's good.
balance.
Mhm.
Yeah,
That's good.
balance. Yeah.
Yeah, I was on when I was younger and on teams, there was no hugs. It was
It's all slugs.
slugs.
And people become like, the morale drops and it gets draining, right? So there's a good balance. There's a really good balance.
Wow.
Works that way.
That's interesting. And yeah, Cambo brings a lot of the love in, but boy, I tell you, it's it is one of the rougher ones to sit through.
Yeah, yeah, it keeps us humble, but it still shows us love.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the things I try to let people know, as I'm helping them or giving them data, is that the medicines, some of the medicines are really rough. People talk about, oh, I had a really bad trip. Well, you were looking at it not from a place of love, because the data from the medicine is always delivered from a place of love. Even if it's ugly and gross to look at, it's being delivered from a place of love. And when I was first looking, I was looking from a place of trauma, which gives you a different vision. But once you understand that it's coming from a place of love, and you can see where the love is in the ass kicking, it's like, I just need to modify my concept of what love is, and two, my concept of ass kicking.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a bad trip. It's just processing stuff that we need to process, things that we've avoided, and sometimes we got to relive some challenging experiences in our lives to be able to process it and get over it.
Teaching us how to see the light in dark spaces, show up as light in the darker spaces, grasp it from a different perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the different perspective. If your life has been looking at things on the dark side all the time, part of that medicine is saying, hey, no, there's just as much light as this is duality here. You're just looking there, and you need to start looking over here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was the biggest change for me as I started to look into the light. It's like, oh, there's way more light. Oh, I like it over here. And then you start walking. The medicine just goes, yeah, welcome. Come this way. Come this way. Yeah, it's a beautiful healing journey, walking out of the darkness into that light.
And then when you're in there, the darkness starts pulling you a little bit more. You know? And then eventually we have this ability to live with both, and have balance, right?
Yeah.
Well, that is the key. Be in the balance. You don't need to be on this far end or this far end. But that pendulum, when it's been one way, it always seems to swing the other way until it comes into that balance position.
Yeah. My teacher used to say too, is like, beware of those that are always spreading the light and the love, because they've avoided a lot of things. There many of them would be in a place of spiritual bypassing. Yeah. And we don't want to really sit with people that are spiritually bypassing. And it's like, I say this because I know this, because I've been there. done that. It's a part of the journey. It's a part of the process. Yeah. Yeah. Where, like I'd be online. I remember just being online. I would just always like spreading this goodness, the messages of light and love, and not recognizing the darkness, not recognizing the even myself, the monster from within, right? Like there's that aspect, and people look past that stuff, and that's just not life. It's just not the way life is,
No, it's integrating all the pieces to be one whole entity.
Yeah.
But apparently it's reached that time over there, and we're at the hour. So it's time for us to say goodbye. Is there any last things that either of you would like to say?
Yeah, just before we sign off, just it was such an honor to have you with us last summer, Cindy, and just watch you grow. I know you came to us already kind of blasted open in a big season of learning and growing, and it was nice to be a part of that journey, and just a lot of gratitude for your respect for the medicine, and we felt really good sending you off to be able to work with your own clients, and so I'm so happy to hear that that's showing up for you on your side of things, and the clients are coming, the right people are coming to sit with you, and you're able to share that medicine, because that's a big intention for Chris and I with the education, is to spread the medicine more, bring it into hands that are going to carry it in a conscious way with respect, reverence, and safety, and share it with others, and help them on their journey. So yeah, really beautiful, and just a lot of gratitude for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah.
Keep it up.
Yeah.
And thank you both for coming on the podcast with us. It's been an absolute honor.
Yeah, we'll have to hop right off because we're gonna have to go pick up my daughter here.
Absolutely. Yeah, you said that. So go pick up your daughter, and thank you so much for coming on.
Let's chat
Really
soon.
love and appreciate you.
An absolute pleasure. You guys have an awesome day.
Okay. Take care, guys.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
I don't know how many.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
low glow in the lab, white coat, dark shades, beakers on the table, science on parade. I pull it from the plant, drop it in the vial, charting every change, every little smile. CB1, CB2, talking to your brain, sliding into your system. You never feel the same. Cannabinoid groove, sliding through your veins, so smooth. From your head to your shoes, every little cell approves. Cannabinoid groove, body talking back in truth. Let it all line up and move to that cannabinoid groove. Cannabinoid groove. Got a map of your nerves laid out on the wall. Lock meets key, now the dominoes fall. Pain takes a seat, worry drifts aside. Tiny little molecules taking you for a ride. Cannabinoid groove, sliding through your vein, so smooth from your head to your shoes. Every little cell approves. Cannabinoid groove, body talking back in truth. Let it all line up and move to that cannabinoid groove. Cannabinoid groove. Up in smoke or under tongue, either way that signal spun. Tiny switch flips your mood, turn a static into attitude. Heart slows down, thoughts get wide. All your edges soften on the
Yeah, coming to us from StratCan. Health Canada removes CBD NHP regulation proposal from forward regulatory plan.
Health Canada Forward Regulatory Plan for 2025-2027 no longer includes a proposal to regulate CBD products that would not require practitioner oversight. The agency, however, maintains that it continues to recognize the importance of this work. Now, Health Canada published its Forward Regulatory Plan in 2025-27 in December of 2025, outlining planned regulatory actions, including specific initiatives such as updates for natural health products and ongoing reviews.
Well, the agency's previous FRPs for several years included a reference to a proposed approach to regulating health products containing CBD that would not require practitioner oversight. The latest version of the document no longer references this objective. The agency has been exploring the topic since 2018. Currently, Canadians can access CBD products through Canada's Cannabis for Medical Use program, which only allows online sales, or through non-medical recreational stores, where employees cannot discuss medical effects.
A media representative of Health Canada provided these comments in response to StratCan's question regarding the regulatory approach and the commitment to a pathway for authorizing Health Canada containing CBD. Quote says, while Health Canada's Forward Regulatory Plan in 2025-2027 does not include a commitment to developing a proposed approach to the regulation of health products containing CBD that would not require the practitioner oversight. The department recognizes the importance of this work. Now, Health Canada. Go ahead.
Health Canada published a discussion paper for consultation between March and June of 2025, exploring a regulatory pathway for the authorization of health products containing CBD that could be accessed without a prescription for human and animal use. The feedback confirmed that developing a policy and regulatory pathway would require significant and dedicated scientific, policy, and regulatory work. In this context, Health Canada is prioritizing its initiatives under the Government of Canada's Red Tape Review, including a commitment to reducing red tape for natural health products and non-prescription drugs.
Canadians can still access prescription drugs containing CBD as well as medical cannabis products with the authorization of their physician, as well as non-medical cannabis products that do not make health claims through a licensed cannabis store.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for him.
Yes, it is. It is time for hemp. Thank you for tuning in to the big broadcast today. I hope you're sharing us with your friends, because time for hemp is like a good joint. It is always best when you share it with your friends. And do note that when you're sharing it with your friends, sometimes you like a little music, and you can get a little music to download for free at timeforhemp.news. Just check out the illusions of music, and you'll find some real groovy tunes to make your 420 moment a little more happy. And speaking of being happy, I am happy to share this program with friends, two of my joint friends, as a matter of fact. And don't forget, anytime you hear the word joint on the big broadcast, we ask that you pass your pipes, your bongs, and your vaporizers among yourselves and your friends and take time for hemp. I have a groovy joint host who's from the sunny state of Florida, where everything is rocking and rolling, and you got all kinds of sandy beaches, and you got all kinds of great cannabis dispensaries, and it's just like one big party. And he is always living the dream down there in Florida, and his name is Al Byrne. Hey, Al, thank you for joining the big joint broadcast today.
Well, you're very welcome. Of course, I'm glad to be here. Being a joint host, it'd be kind of, if I was tardy or something, I wouldn't be doing my job. So I got to be here doing my job. But I'm here in Florida, you're right. And I'm actually not a Floridian. I'm a Yankee, in case you can't tell. But I did come down here 20 years ago to Northwest Florida. I live in a forest. I live in a state forest with beautiful environment and dogs. And because I was bored and lonely, I wrote that book there for Country and Cannabis. It took me a year and a half, and it covers 40 years of my experience with cannabis legalization, medicalization, hemp in the United States. The good guys, the bad guys, the problems, the wins, and who did it and how. It just didn't happen, folks. Here in the United States and with our guests now in Canada, it just doesn't happen. It takes the effort of a lot of people. It takes some sacrifice. And back in the old days, it took risk. You could go to jail. And in fact, our guest tonight is going to talk us about a rather interesting experience in jail in Canada for cannabis. Yes, these things happen, even to the nicest people. But right now, I'd like to introduce my joint host, who is also in Ontario, Canada, Al Graham.
G'day, guys. How you doing?
Welcome to the big broadcast. How's things up in Canada?
Oh, going hunky-dory. We're just ticking along. We got some nice warm weather, and things are just going great.
Hunky-dory?
Hunky-dory.
Is that some sort of Canadian thing?
Must be. Must be, eh?
Okay.
It's the bee's knees, baby.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We learn something new every day, right?
Don't you like also take what you learn and share it with people around the world on your big broadcast there?
Yes, correct. People advocating cannabis education, paceradio.net. We talk about cannabis as well as psychedelics 7 days a week.
Well, don't let the radio throw you, folks. Most of his shows are video, but he started off in radio, and he won't take my suggestion and do a DBA, doing business as. He continues to. Anyway, he's got a lot of video, and a lot of it's us.
Yeah, every Friday morning at 10 o'clock is a Time for Hemp broadcast.
Woohoo! Woohoo! We appreciate that. We appreciate, and I know that you've also are bringing a guest with you today. A lot of people in America and around the world, when they start becoming an entrepreneur, they start in the early ages, like being a Boy Scout or a Girl Scout, selling cookies and candy bars. And we've got an entrepreneur from Canada who started a business. And I'm wondering if maybe she was like selling pounds in the 11th grade or selling pounds in the 12th grade and then using that money to underwrite the cost of college. So,
well, I'll tell you.
Maybe she was selling pre-roll joints somewhere under a tree, you know?
Yeah, and if she wasn't doing that then, she is now. So
All right.
Why don't we bring her in and find out all about it? Today we have a returning guest, Jenaway Kavanaugh. She's a Canadian cannabis business owner. She has multiple cannabis stores. She's also involved in Normal Canada. So at this time, we'd like to welcome Jenaway back to the broadcast.
Hi,
How you doing, Jenaway?
So in high school, I was hanging around the drug dealers, but I was doing their homework and charging them for it. And that's how I was able to afford weed. So
okay.
Well, welcome back to Time for Hemp. Really appreciate you coming back onto the show. In the other segment, we're talking a lot about Normal and your work with Normal Canada.
Yeah.
And today we'd like to find out more of the business end of things, being that you are a multiple cannabis retail store owner here in Canada. So why don't you give us a bit of an idea what the process is like for people in order to become an owner?
Well, it's different province by province. So every province has their own nuance. And I truly believe that Ontario is the best place to do business for a retailer, especially an independent retailer. So basically it's changed a little bit. When I first applied, we had to go through a lottery process. We had our store ready and built to specs from Alberta, but we had to sort of just, we didn't know what was going to be coming. And so we just had to do our best. So we just took the harshest rules from other provinces and built our stores out that way. Even our name. So we used to be 420 Kingston, but because we were rated under that name, we had to change from our lawyer's advice, we had to change our name to something that would hopefully be more regulatory or acceptable, but we also didn't know what that would look like. And so we just had the Cannabis Act to go on. So we settled on calyx and trichomes because we figured that if there was anybody that was going to clutch their pearls, they wouldn't even know what a calyx or a trichomes was. So that's
wait. I don't understand how just changing the. I mean, it's not like you change the name outdoor, but I walk in, I still see pipes and seeds and papers. I don't understand how a name changed that much of an impact.
Well, it was just because 420 Kingston was already associated with criminal activity, allegedly. So they wanted a clean slate, but we still had to be very open about everything in our disclosure to the provincial government. So they already knew who we were. It was more just an extra assurance. So
well, they had you in a prison cell, did they not?
Well, I was.
Oh, come on, tell us the story.
So we were arrested. They took us to jail for our seeds, for allegedly importing our seeds, and we were there for 4 hours, where I was given a quarter pounder from McDonald's, and I had to have a nap. So by the time my nap was over, I was allowed to go home, and that was it. And then I had to go in and out of court for 13 months. And basically what we were originally charged with was possession for the purpose of trafficking. And that was reduced to simple possession. Luckily, we donated to some very worthy charities locally, so the judge would know that we're nice people. And
wait a minute. Did you donate to the charities that the judge is part of? Is that a bribe?
No. Like it was like community, like we have a food bank down the road from us. It was the United Way. There was a women's domestic violence shelter. Just ones that we cared about locally. And
one last detail, that you spent 4 hours in a jail and they treated you well.
Yeah.
Did they let your husband out in 4 hours too?
Yep, we left together.
So
they left weed in my purse too, so I could at least have something.
Well, that's only being polite.
Yeah.
I love Canadians. You guys are so nice. You guys are so polite. Canadians are just swell people.
Super great.
Okay,
honestly,
so
arresting officers later said to us, if you need us to write you a letter of recommendation on your application, we'll do that for you.
Wow.
So they really
arrest you
amazing.
and give you a letter of recommendation?
Well, yeah.
Is this a movie script? What is this?
Some people don't live like you, Casper. They're nice people.
Casper's just surprised that they gave you a letter of recommendation, or they would do that for you. Now, I think that was in order for you to apply for the business. And now, Genoway, can you tell us a bit more of the process going forward in order to get your license, in order to become a retail store, as well as did your situation with Kingston 420 have any effect on you getting your business license?
So, yes and no. Ultimately, the issue of us being arrested and everything was resolved. Our charges were reduced from possession for the purpose of trafficking to simple possession. And luckily, our federal government introduced a program where if you had a charge for simple possession, it could be dismissed. And so my husband and I were successful in that program. And so our charges were completely dismissed, luckily. And then as far as the licensing goes, we just had to be very honest about everything that we were doing. It's very similar to like if we were going to open up a bar or something like that, in that we just had to be honest with, they just need to know that we're honest operators. So basically we had to go through the lottery process at the beginning, which was standard for everybody in Ontario while the government got their act together. And finally, when the lotteries, because there was a lot of funny business going on with the lotteries, like one group stuffed the ballot box and got like 13 licenses.
I remember that.
Yeah, so that was when they were like, okay, this isn't going to work. And they opened it up to everybody. And luckily, because we had been ready for 2 years, we were quick to get licensed. And so we basically just have to go through, it's actually 3 licenses. So there's an operator license, there's a retail store authorization, so your physical store, how that looks, making sure that it adheres to the provincial standards.
So they come and do an inspection?
They do several inspections, yeah. And then ongoing, like we can get inspected at any time to make sure that we're upholding those rules. And we probably once a month we get inspected as a mystery shopper. And then there's also like a manager license, so that you have the ability to actually purchase cannabis from the Ontario Cannabis Store. So I hold 3 licenses.
So now, go ahead. What?
I was going to get into, as far as talking about licenses and stuff, your supply wise,
Yes.
you mentioned the OCS, the
Yes.
Ontario Cannabis Store. They're your supplier?
Yes. So the way that it works is, so originally when it was going to be a public sales situation, the OCS was going to be like our LCBO. And when our conservative government took over and changed it to private sale, which benefited us, basically the OCS became the wholesaler. So there's one central distribution center that all of the licensed producers ship their cannabis to. And basically once a week we have an order window that we're allowed to submit our orders for all of our stores. And we basically just receive once a week as well. So it's, it's not as flexible as a regular business in that way. Like we have to adhere to our timelines, but they are working on it. And I will say in the last 5 years, it's, the first year we were ordering from a spreadsheet, and now we're ordering from a website. And, the first year it was like almost no categories available. There was like no cannabis on the market. You had very little choice, very little option. Now in Ontario, we are spoiled for choice. There's a ton of stuff. It's literally, my catalog has over 4,000 things in it, and that's just the stuff that we've brought in. There's lots of stuff that we've never brought in, so there's a lot.
That's one thing I want to jump into, because I remember a friend was going up to Illinois, and they said he picked me up some herb from one of the dispensaries. So I called up there to get a price of what they had. And it turned out that had that happened, it would have cost me a whole lot more to get it to the dispensary than to get it on the black market. So your competition is not just other dispensaries.
No.
Your competition is the black market, and the black market can really undercut your prices. How do you deal with all of that?
So it's so price. Yes, there is definitely, that was definitely an issue at the beginning, but there's been so much compression that now the regulated market actually beats the unregulated market by about $2 a gram, everything considered. So, there are definitely retailers who are charging more, but the sort of MSRP of the market is really on par with the unregulated market. It's sort of some of the other things that the unregulated market is able to do that we aren't, like how they're able to advertise and market their cannabis, how things they can offer to customers that we're not even allowed to do a BOGO deal, for example. Like you can't buy one, get one from us.
No way.
Yeah, like little things like that are just sort of like, that's why we have normal. That's why we need to make these changes.
And as an entrepreneur, you need that, because there are times when you need to move stuff off your shelf to make more room for what's coming in, or because it's getting outdated.
Yeah.
And for you to make your money back, you need to be able to do that.
Oh, we sell at a loss all the time. If there's something that, a big thing that we try to keep an eye on the velocity of specific items, and you can only sort of, the best you can do is base also on what's available. Because like, even if I'm selling through something really fast, it may not be available when I need to go and get it next. So finding like fair market comparables is really important as well. But the main thing is that we are allowed to decide what the price and what the sale price is. So I can, as long as I'm selling it for a penny, then I'm compliant. But if I'm selling it for only a penny, I'm losing a lot of money. So
that can be your buy one, get one free. Buy one, get one for a penny.
I thought I saw a store get charged with charging or selling product less than what they could pay for.
we in Ontario we can charge anything. There's no limit. I think in other provinces there is a limit, but Ontario, we do have the flexibility to like at least have sales because they do understand. I mean, even the Ontario Cannabis Store has sales. Just over the summer, they had a pre-roll sale, so everybody was either having a pre-roll sale themselves or pocketing the discount. But the main thing is that, you know, so if we go back to the competition aspect, there's very little way for a regulated retailer to be able to differentiate themselves because we all have the same access to everything all the time. So one way that we do that here in Ontario is through a method called flow through. So we would have products that are available, you know, on a weekly basis. It's like a stock item that they would always have, but then there's flow through products that we can get at a more sporadic rate. So they're sort of like more rare than a regular thing. And those get fulfilled by the licensed producers directly and have more like a 2 or 3 week lead time, which because of that helps us sort of like, because we have it in stock, the guy next door to us might not have it in stock. And there is somebody next door to us. Like that is a thing here. So yeah, I mean, it's, you have to get creative with what you're able to do. And really the regular tenets of retail, like location and loyalty and customer service are still very, very, very important. Where pre-legalization, they weren't. It's either you buy the weed I have or you don't. You know, those are your choices. So yeah, that's in Ontario, we're spoiled.
I would think that having a cannabis dispensary would be like having a donut shop. I mean, everybody would want it. There'd be a long line. You couldn't. There'd be people around the corner trying to get your donuts. I mean, everybody. I mean, so it's just making money hand over fist, right? Cheaper.
I wish. But you know, Kingston is about 160,000 people, and we have over 20 stores here. So the stores and that's not even including the unregulated market. We've got Indigenous reserves on both sides of Kingston. Like there's one in Brockville, there's one in Belleville, which is just like basically bookending us. So there's definitely like a strong unregulated market here. But you know, people do still shop for convenience. People are still, you know, it's not necessarily as convenient. Even if you're going to save a couple bucks to go somewhere, people are more driven by whatever's closest to their house, luckily. So again, securing those like strong locations is the best bet. But yeah, everybody has the same thing. So it becomes very competitive very quickly.
Can you do deliveries? I mean, that's the big thing now. Call Amazon, have a pound delivered.
Yep, absolutely. So you can't have a pound. You can have 30 grams, which is something that's our next campaign with Normal. We're going to be targeting the 30 gram limit. Yeah. Yeah, you can have 30 grams and we deliver, I do about 30 deliveries a day, maybe 40 on a busy day. So it's you know, our staff get in the car with, you know, 5 or 10 deliveries with them at a time, and people love seeing our actual staff that are normally in the store on the road, and the staff love getting out on the road. It's you know, listen to their playlist, whatever. Yeah. And yeah, it's free delivery within a couple hours, basically.
How big are your stores, square feet?
So we have the 3. And they vary. So our flagship location, our Midland Avenue location, which is across from a Walmart and next to an LCBO, that one is, yeah, it's a really great location. That one is 2,800 square feet.
Wow.
We have another one actually on the military base. And that one, because we have a lot of customers in the military.
You had a dispensary on a military base?
Yes, that was our second.
Wow.
Yep. And that one is 1,800 square feet, I think. And then the third location, which we just opened this last May, is in our countryside, which is it's close to where I live. And the necessity of that was just like, do I have to drive over to the base or do I have to drive over to Walmart? right now. Like, I need weed. Where am I going to go? And so I just was like, that's it. I'll open up a store here too. So, and that one's only like 1,500 square feet. It's the smallest of the three.
So can we go back to the military base?
I knew my question was out now as soon as that came up.
Now, are you able to grow your own herb to sell in your own shop?
Yes,
No.
yes. So we can't grow in the store. Well, we can technically grow in the stores as long as it's for educational purposes. You just can't smoke or use cannabis in the store just to be compliant with the Smoke Free Ontario Act. But otherwise, like customers are allowed to grow 4 plants at home.
Yeah, Al had a question.
Military base. I know that military retirees, medical guys in Canadian military can not only use cannabis, but the government actually ships it to them, as I understand, at their home free of charge.
Absolutely.
But this idea of you have a retail store and a dispensary, are military members able to use cannabis legally?
Yes, yeah. So they are allowed to use it off duty. They just can't be using it on duty. I'm actually at that location right now on the military base, and it might explain why my connection is weird, honestly, because I think that they've got scramblers going all the time. They're allowed to use it when they're not working. I think there has to be like a time between the last time they consumed and their next shift, but I don't know how they would ever prove that. So.
Well, guys are theater. You're honest until you're not proven honest. So they're just taking their word for it. But I'm surprised to hear that. It's very nice to hear that.
Yeah,
and we're gonna have to look into that and see if we can't get a.
Al is always talking about how Canadian military people are fortunate to have access to medical cannabis, and now he knows that they can have them on stores on the bases. That's really
well. That's I didn't know. I'm glad you learn something when you come to Time for Hemp.
It's so well received too, honestly, and police same rules basically. Police are allowed to use cannabis off duty like it's beer. So I do appreciate that they were at least that they didn't discriminate against.
Yeah.
Professions.
I got to ask another military question. So your military guys come in the store, and do officers come in and buy cannabis as well as enlisted men?
Oh yeah, like they're coming in their uniform.
Officers.
Yep.
They got more money too, so they probably buy a whole lot.
Yeah, I know. It is. Wow. It is accepted then. Wow.
It's totally fine, and it's there was I was at our countryside location, and a really sharp looking guy came in with a real cop haircut, but I thought he was an accountant, just based on his vibe. And then as he was leaving, somebody else was there. I was like, that's like Kingston's lead detective. Like he's just like in plain clothes right now. I'm like, oh, well, I'm glad that he likes blue raspberry. Because that's it's funny whenever we dealt with police officers, they're always like more curious than anything. They're more like they know that we are not the enemy here. So
well, we are down to the end of this segment, and I tell you, it has been a joy to have you on the program. I will let Al Byrne tip his hat and say so long to you first.
Yeah, thank you. As I said the first half, you're a great guest. You're funny. You got great information, and we're happy that you're happy. So again, thanks for coming on, and the people that are listening to you are like us. You taught me 3 or 4 new things here that and that I love this show because I know I don't know everything, and then I bring somebody like you on, and I know I don't know. And so thanks, Jen. And good luck to your business. It sounds like it's off and running, and we want.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
And Al Graham, you want to give a tip to that?
Thanks, Jenaway, for coming on the broadcast. We really appreciate it. We're going to have you come back on again. There's more questions. You know how an hour or even 2 hours at times isn't enough. And
for sure.
I'll have to come by the store.
Yes. You're
Yes.
so close.
I know. Like I'm an hour away. I got to get over there.
And Jen, I want to thank you again for being part of our big broadcast. You are just charming, and I have learned a lot. And also, since you're on a military base, that gives me a chance to say hello to all my friends at the NSA. I want to let you know that we are still letting the world know about how important it is to end cannabis, and all the people there at Homeland Security. I want to say hello to Special Agent Michael Hunt, and thank you for tuning in to us with your eavesdropping abilities. And it's important that they are listening in, because even if they are eavesdropping, one thing that they are learning is that we need to end cannabis prohibition, because all around the world, it really is time for hemp.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for hemp. Throughout Earth's history, hemp has been used, no mystery. Hemp was legal to pay your taxes for more than a century. Check your faxes. The founding fathers make sense to me. It's time to grow hemp legally. Think of all its uses. It's money that's well spent. Right now, no excuses. It's time for hemp. Sustainable green industry, that's our intent. A better place this world will be. It's time for hemp. Fuel and food and clothes and soap, housing, cars, yeah, cars, no joke. Henry Ford built a car of hemp. It's time for us to do it again. People be employed with balanced farming as it's meant. Right now, it's time for hemp. Hemp is a true necessity for the wealth and protection of this country. These are words of Jefferson Thomas. He grew hemp, why not us? It's time to lift the hemp ban. It's time to lift the hemp ban. Yes, we can. I know we can. We can make a difference. Yes, we can. Yes, I know we can. We can work together and lift the hemp ban. Look at all that money. Yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for you. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation. Yeah, it's time for hemp.
Time for Hemp is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio. Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Re-rolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Re-rolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.